Assembly on May 9th, 2017. Please do the roll call, ma'am.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Demboski.
Present.
Mr. Dyson. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir? Thank you, Mr. Rivera. For the body, we've got the governor coming to speak to us, so what we're going to do is let him speak, and then I'll pick up the rest of the agenda. Okay? Governor? Good timing. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Well, thank you very much for an opportunity to say a few words. It was about a year ago that I made my first call to a local government about some of the decisions I made in Juneau, and the first call was the Anchorage Assembly. So it seems like a little bit like Groundhog Day, I guess, that I'm back here again. We're not quite out of the session, but I'm here to, first of all, as I do whenever I speak to any local governments, I say thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the service you provide. I come from local government. That's my background. I really do believe that local government is the purest form of government because you're closest to the people. So thank you very much for what you do. Thank you for the tough decisions you must make. I can relate to tough decisions, and I hate to say you've had to make some tougher decisions because of the decisions that I have made. And that's the situation that we find ourselves in this great state. As I don't need to go through the fiscal situation. If anybody here isn't aware of it, I'd be happy to spend one-on-one time, but it's not a pleasant time to be making the decisions that we're faced with. But we don't get it. As we've all learned, you don't. It's not about what we want; it's what we can do. And so I really am here for a couple of reasons. And again, thank you for a few minutes. I don't want to delay your meeting at all, and I'm going to leave right afterwards. I've got a plane to catch back to Juneau. It's been noticed. Sometimes it's not noticed when I'm there, but it's certainly noticed when I'm gone. So I'm headed back tonight to weigh in and continue to work on solving these issues. You know, we have gone through a lot on the reduction side. We have done a lot on the cut side, and I'm not going to stand here and read to you the long list of cuts, but we have stopped 70 programs. We had closed 40 facilities across the state, all across the state, from trooper stations to OCS offices to job centers to you name it, it's been closed across the state. Can there be more that can be done? I'm sure there is. And will there be more done in the way of pressure on the downward side of the budget? I'm sure there will be. But it's time we have to look at the other side of the equation. We have to look on the revenue side. We can't fix Alaska by cuts alone. We just can't do it. We have brought the budget down by 44%, 24% on the operating budget, 80% on the capital budget. We need to look at additional revenues. So that's the process we're in right now. And I must say I have to start off by complimenting the legislature on some tough decisions they made last year as well as this year. Last year, the Senate passed a very difficult bill on the Permanent Fund Protection Act that would have reduced the permanent fund, would have used some of the earnings towards the operation of government. That did not pass the House. I made the most difficult decision I've ever made in my life, and having to make the decision I made on the permanent fund. It was not done lightly. And this year, the Senate has once again passed the Senate Bill 26. The House has passed its own version of that. That is the first time that has taken place. So that will move into conference. So I compliment both of them for that. Really, the question is, do we finish it this year or not? And that's really what I would like to do. I sat down with a group of business roundtable a few months ago, and the message to me was, it's the uncertainty that's hurting Alaska right now. The uncertainty of how are we going to close it? When are we going to close it? When are we going to be done with this chapter? When can we turn the page on this chapter of Alaska's history? And I say we do it now. I say we do it this year and be done with it. It's not, there are no pleasant levers to pull out there. That's all hard stuff. And there's a number of different options that are available. And I believe it will get done this year because we're close. What they've done on the and it's not complete on the permanent fund restructuring on the earnings, but assuming that is complete, that takes care of about 2/3 of it. And what my message is, let's finish that last third. Let's just be done with it and be able to celebrate and say, this is behind us now. Now let's go on with the future of our state now that we know how it's been set. So, and I know that that's the goal of the legislature as well. And so I'm not out trying to sell one method of new revenues or not. You know, I stood in front of a Chamber of Commerce about a year ago and started using the words permanent fund reduction and taxes, and it didn't exactly roll off my tongue too smoothly. But once you start, you know, realizing we have to do something, we have to have a broad-based revenue of some sort to connect our economy with our governmental services. If you don't have that, it would be like the municipality not having a property tax. We don't have that in Alaska. We don't have that connection. And so we've been here before. Some say, Governor, we've been here before. I know we've been here before. I was born in Fairbanks. I'm aware of what we've been through in the past, but we've never been quite in this situation before, where we have throughput is at 25% of capacity in the pipeline, and the price is down. And I don't see a plan that requires a forecast of oil going to a certain amount or a certain throughput by a certain date. That's a tough one for me. We've done that in the past. We need to solve this one ourselves. So I am not, my hope is that no future governor ever has to make the decisions I've had to make. I hope that we actually get it done this time. We've almost been there a couple times before, and some of you worked hard on resolving it in times past, and the price of oil came back in the mid-80s, and then you know the urgency was gone. That's not going to happen this time. I really hope I'm wrong on that, but I don't think I am. I think what we see today is what we're going to see for quite some period of time. We need to acknowledge that. It hurts me a bit to see the amount of money that has gone through from the savings while we wait. The price of waiting through this year will be $13 billion. I look at capital budgets, I look at needs of local governments, and I look at that $13 billion, and I don't live with a rearview mirror, but boy, how that could have been dealt with differently as far as the infrastructure that's needed in this state. So we need to stop draining that limited account, and we need to make the hard decisions. And what I've asked legislators as well as local governments is we need to embrace this. I mean, you can't run from it. It's not going to go away. You can't run fast enough that it isn't going to catch up with you. So we need to embrace this opportunity and say, yeah, these aren't pleasant decisions we have to make. Yes, there'll be pushback. I can guarantee there's pushback. When I told the legislature I would take all the blame and give you all the credit, I meant that. I didn't know how good I'd be at that, but I seem to have accomplished that. I don't think there's any credit to go anywhere, quite honestly, at this point. So really it's the issue of compromise is really what I'm asking at this point from, many people come up to me and say, Governor, what can we do to help? And really the message is we need a compromise. I need to compromise. I don't get everything I want when I want it. And that's just going to be the situation we're going to have in Juneau, is that not everybody's going to get everything they want when they want it. So my hope is we close it out this year. Not necessarily you don't flip a switch and suddenly all the money is there and suddenly we're in balance, but you put in place the pieces that over a period of 2 years, 3 years that are brought in, and that we know looking down the road that the uncertainty is gone. And when companies come to me and say, Governor, we would like to invest in your state, but what's going to happen on that $700 million or the $2.8 billion deficit right now? How's that going to be resolved? Until we know how that's resolved, that's the uncertainty that is keeping Alaska from its potential. I've had the opportunity to spend time with the President of China, the Vice President Pence, when he came through here. Each visit, each time, each meeting dealt with Alaska's resources, our potential. America cannot be at the dominance in energy without Alaska at its maximum potential. And that was a quote from the incoming Secretary of Interior to me. So we have the pieces in play. I recently asked my Commissioner of DNR to give me a balance sheet for Alaska. I know the cash flow side, we're dealing with that, but give me a balance sheet. And any company would look at their balance sheet as well as their cash flow. And the response came back as around $4.7 trillion of assets in the ground. So here we sit with $4.7 trillion of resources, the location that we have, the proximity we have to markets, and our history of what we've done, and the incoming administration who seems to be desirous of making Alaska, allowing Alaska to reach its potential. So what a great future we have. But we just can't quite get there until we get over this speed bump, and it's a significant speed bump of making this adjustment of going back to kind of some of the things we used to do. And, you know, I recently was in a meeting in Juneau, and there was a lot of discussion about different constituents. Someone's a constituent in one part of the state, another part of the state, another part of the state. And when that concluded, I said, you know, all of your constituents are my constituents. I said, you know, what I want us to have, we need to have one Alaska. We need to have one Alaska. I was born into one Alaska. That's what we need to. So the example I use is in 1959 when the Alaska Marine Highway System was purchased. That was a statewide general obligation bond. People in Kotzebue voted yes for the Alaska Marine Highway System. That you couldn't be further from the Alaska Marine Highway System, but that's the way we used to be as one Alaska. We need to make sure we're making decisions as one Alaska. So we need to make decisions that are not kicking the deficit down the hill to you, because all deficits roll downhill, as you painfully know. And so we want to make sure that that's not a solution, is to say, let's shift something over to the local government, because that doesn't solve the fiscal situation. It just shifts it onto a smaller group of people. You know, the reason we do what we do as a state, because we provide services way beyond any other state. And when people compare us, our numbers to other states, we're always going to come out higher. But you've got to look at, and there was recently somebody in our Office of Management and Budget, OMB, Brian, put together about a 6-page paper about Alaska, about what we do unique that only Alaska does. No other state has 242 airports, and we're proud of that. You know, 80% of our communities don't have road access. So the next one is Oregon with 40. So we do things, and there's a whole list of things that we do uniquely different because we are Alaska. You know, what comes with this great expanse is services that are needed and provided. Another report shows that the vast majority of our revenue from resources comes from rural Alaska, which is true. The oil comes from rural Alaska, certainly the mining in rural Alaska. We have a lot of rural Alaska assets that bring revenue to the state. So, you know, my message really is we need to look at the whole pie. If everybody's looking at just their slice of it, I'm not sure that we're going to have the pie. So we need to make sure that we're looking at a little broader spectrum. And I'm not talking I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying that as a state in Juneau, we need to be looking at the entire piece. And I think they are. And I think and I defend the legislature. I think they're doing a good job. I think they're working in very difficult times, making very difficult decisions. So I'm working with them as best as the system allows. And you can only do so much in our role. But we are working collectively and collaboratively. But again, compromise is really the key word, I think, is what we need to be doing in Juneau, and that's exactly what we are doing. So I guess my message tonight really is one of optimism. I know it doesn't come across that way, but it is, because I believe we are 2/3 of the way, and I see light at the end of the tunnel with the other third. And what that's going to be, I can't stand here and give you any sort of assurances, other than I believe that there are 60 people in Juneau that are like-minded in the way that they all want to get there. How we get there is going to take some compromise, and when we get there, it's going to take some compromise. But I hope that I'm not calling into another summer meeting like I did last year to talk about what I had to do on the vetoes. That was not pleasant, and I hope I'm never in that position again, and I hope I never put you in that position again, because I know what it does for you. What you have to do as results of that. So we need to solve these in Juneau. I can't fix Alaska with a red pen, and I won't. I certainly know the impact of that red pen across the state, what it's done to livelihoods and families, and it's very, very difficult. But and so I don't take that in all lightly, but I do feel that we have to make some adjustments in this state and kind of go back to what we've done in the past. I can recall the way we did business before oil, and oil was always going to be a big part of our economy, but it's not enough to pay the bills at this point. We need to do something different, and that's what we're working on now. So I know that doesn't sound very upbeat and optimistic as far as a report, but I just wanted to stop by on the way to the airport to again thank you for what you do and what you're going to do, what you deal with in local government, and we'll do all we can to make sure we don't make your job more difficult than it already is. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the
Governor,
opportunity.
can you take a few questions from Assembly members? Do you have time?
I have a couple questions.
Okay. Mr. Steele, you're first in line, sir.
Thank you, sir. Governor, thank you for coming. You don't have an easy task, and I appreciate where you're coming from. My fear is that we don't have time. The damage is being done. I have college-age children, and programs are being cut. My daughter's master's program was cut. So she's either going to have to go outside or do something correspondence. But K-12 education is hurting big time with the cuts that we've had to do in the classrooms. So damage is being done. They can play the political games, and they can mess around. They maybe even get through another year. But we don't have another year. There's people leaving the state, our shared services with the state in terms of snow plowing and road grading and all kinds of other things. It took a toll this time, but that's just political and a little bit of inconvenience. It's the infrastructure damage, the education, both K-12 and higher education that is doing longer-term damage. And so I applaud your efforts, but keep up the good work and keep the pressure on the legislature as well, and we'll try to do it from our end as well.
Well, thank you so much, Member Steele. Let me just say that earlier today I was in Kenai, and I spoke to the graduating class of in Kenai today. The seniors, they graduate in 7 days, and I took questions from them, and one of their questions was, what do we do? And I said, and I explained how hard we're working to fix it, but I asked them, please don't leave Alaska. Yeah. Don't give up and stay here. We're gonna get this fixed, and we're gonna have a great future. And so really, it's the next generation that I'm concerned about. I don't want to see an outpouring of a brain drain or our youth leaving Alaska. So that's critical. I'm painfully aware of those programs that we've had to cut. Yeah.
I've got two more Assembly members, and by the way, I set the timer at 3 minutes. Okay, you'll hear the beep when you've talked long enough. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can definitely get it in 3 minutes. Governor, thank you for your willingness to serve in public office and for your testimony in front of this body. We appreciate you coming to us and talking to us. I think it's imperative for both of our constituents, as we represent the same district, as you indicated, that the record's clear and the voice of my constituents is heard loud and clear. So first, forgive me if I don't accept your pitch. Thousands of Alaskans have lost their jobs. We're financially struggling, and your assault on half of their permanent fund dividend has compounded not only the fiscal challenges of Alaskans, but of municipalities across this state. You keep claiming that there's a 44% reduction in the budget, but you and I know that's not true. That is not a reduction in spending. We're talking about a one-time injection of PERS-TERS of $3 billion. You're coupling it with the amount of spending that's been shifted to other buckets, being UGF, DGF, or other. And we're also talking about the oil tax credits that have been shifted. So spending has not gone down 44%. Under your tenure, we've gone from $8.2 billion in state spending to $8.8 billion. Ironically, it's about the same amount that was vetoed from last year's permanent fund. So as we're talking about shifting money, as we're talking about cuts, let's be honest with Alaskans about what we're actually cutting. So as we're looking at these specifics, what my constituents would like to see is actual specifics of what has actually reduced spending, not spending that's been shifted elsewhere. We can close the Palmer prison, but where did that money go? Because it certainly didn't go to reduce the budget. When we talk about money, and where we're spending extra money, $6 million was paid out to bonuses for DHHS employees. When we talk about education spending, $750 million under your tenure is what education spending started at, and now we're at $1.2 billion. $300 million of unfunded, or funded, but unfilled positions in the state's budget. When we're talking about numbers like that, Alaskans are really tired of hearing we cut 44% when you and I both know it's a numbers game. So, Governor, I was looking at the revenues today, and I was looking at something from your own department. 2017 revenue source book for 2017. And here's a quote. Total state revenue for fiscal year 2017 is expected to increase to $10.2 billion, primarily due to the performance of the Alaska Permanent Fund and other investments, end quote. So revenue estimated this year, 2016, 5.9, next year, 10.2. I don't agree with you, and many of our constituents that we both represent don't agree that there has to be a broad-based tax. Some will tell you that, in fact, we have a revenue problem. That's what I'm hearing you say. I hear others say we have a spending problem. Governor Walker, I think we have a leadership problem, and I will absolutely take you up on that invitation to meet one-on-one.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
I'm sorry, Mr. Governor, I was going to ask you a question about the port,
I didn't beep.
but I would just like to hear your response, if any, to Ms. Dombroski for that. And by the way, I do think we need a broad-based tax. Thank you.
Well, I certainly think you need to spend time with the Office of Management and Budget. Pat Pitney would be the best one to walk through the numbers, because they have been presented by Commissioner Hoffbeck, Commissioner of Revenue, and Pat Pitney a number of times in the legislature, and so I think we're all on the same page there on those numbers. So if you have a disagreement, I certainly think you could take it up with them, and I won't take up the time tonight. And I'm not surprised with the tenor of your question, and certainly respect your questions, and I would look forward to an opportunity for one-on-one discussion. So,
Governor, there are no other questions that may emerge. Just as a father of 8 and a grandfather of 17 and counting, I want to keep the kids in Alaska, and we've got to do whatever we can to give these kids a future here, not going outside. I've seen too many friends lose their kids outside to do their bachelor's and master's, never come back to Alaska. I was fortunate mine came back, but so many have lost their children and grandchildren to outside. I don't want to see that happen. Moving on to the port, Governor. We'd like to see a GEO bond for the Port of Alaska at Anchorage. I know people in Juneau, when they get down, they want to call it the Port of Anchorage. It's not. It's the Port of Alaska. It happens to be in Anchorage. When you look at 85% of everything that comes to Alaska, sir, it comes through our port. It justifies having a GEO bond because it affects the entire state if that port shuts down. So please take a look at that. We'd appreciate it.
Chairman Tremy, I have been on the boat ride underneath the port and seen the quality or lack of quality of the situation. I know that it is very serious, and we are certainly taking that into consideration, absolutely. And those are the kind of things that we'd like to be able to do once we get the fiscal gap closed up, so we can get on with doing capital projects. We have almost $2 billion of deferred maintenance that we haven't done, so I absolutely understand your concern. I think it's a genuine concern, and we're looking at that.
Thanks for being here, Governor. We appreciate it. Mr. Constant, you got last?
I'll be very brief. Sir, I'm newly elected to this body, so I spent many, many months, last 18 months, walking door to door, talking to neighbors. And I'll tell you, in my neighborhoods, the district I represent, it was a consistent message that the people in my district will and are willing to pay their fair share to ensure the future of this state.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words tonight. Thank you.
I know it's where I'm starting.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
Down here.
I skipped to the chairs,
Okay.
even though you didn't say that.
Okay. Going back to the regular agenda, it's written in front of us. We're now down to minutes of previous meetings. There are no minutes. Mayor's report, Mr. Mayor. He's up in Fairbanks, so anything from the administration? Not seeing anything. We'll move on to Assembly Chair's report. I think we took enough time up with the governor. We'll bypass that. We're now committee reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Whittleton. Committee report, sir.
Nothing important compared to the governor's discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enterprise Committee meets on the 11th, May 11th, and 18th at noon.
You give me the limit, she's got it set.
Yeah, that's right, 18th at noon. Now, why don't you give my report here? We're talking about, we're going to hear from ML&P, Chugach Electric, talking about increased cooperation, and I'd like to invite anybody who would like to come, any of the assembly members that want to see what's going on, plus the membership. It should be a good discussion.
Mr. France?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, sir?
Nothing to report.
Mr. Croft, sir?
Public Safety Committee meeting will meet June 7th, 11 to 12:30, room 155.
Mr. Peterson, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Mr. Constant, sir?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Also, no report.
Ms. Dombowski, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, by way of disclosure and kind of old age, I can't remember if I made a disclosure last time, so I'm just going to do it again. Okay.
Let me put you on.
Resolution, it's AR 2017-155. It's item 14F on our agenda. It's a resolution appropriating $1.8 million to the Anchorage Fire Department for fire engine replacements and appropriating $820,000 to maintenance and operations for fire facility upgrades. My husband's a member of IFF Local 1264 and a fire captain at Station 11. I believe my involvement in this is de minimis in regards to his job. I think I should be able to participate, but I make the disclosure for you and the public.
The chair rules it is de minimis. I went to the ethics board meetings, and this affects everybody in Anchorage, not just your husband, ma'am. You're directed not to leave, but participate in this. We enjoy you being here. Mr. Dyson, sir? Anything from the committee or report? Okay. We're done with that then. We're now down to the addendum to agenda. Mr. Dunbar, I need a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda laid on the table items.
I make a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items into the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Ask unanimous? Okay, I'm going to read this. This is addendum to the agenda. It's item 9D16, it's a memorandum AM 399-2017, municipal clerk appointment to the State of Alaska Elections Policy Work Group. Item 9F23, under ordinance and resolution for introduction. Resolution 2017-195, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $762,803 from the 2017 Maintenance and Operation Department, Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Operating Fund 601, Unrestricted Net Assets Account to the 2017 Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Fund 606 to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. Public hearing request on 5/23/2017. There's an accompanying a same memorandum with it, AM 400-2017. Item 9F24, Resolution AR 2017-196, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $299,883.68 from the Port of Anchorage Capital Investment Fund 571 to the Port of Anchorage Operating Fund 570 for non-capitalized expenditures moved from capital projects to operating in 2016. Port of Anchorage. Public hearing request on 5/23/2017. Item 9F25. There's also an A with that one. Sorry about that earlier. It was 2004-2017. Next one is item 9D25, ordinance AO 2017-85, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to waive permit fees on risk type 1 food establishments obtained for the sole purpose of preparing, processing, packaging, and selling cottage food in calendar year 2017 and reacquiring fees already paid for such purposes to be refunded. Department of Law, public hearing request on 5/23/2017, an accompanying same memorandum 4/02/2017. Under new public hearings, item 14D2, information memorandum AIM 61/2017, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M10865, doing business as AK Rhyme, LLC, and located at 5200 A Street, Suite 102. Laid on the table items, we have item 9A2, resolution for actions, proclamation, and recognition. It's 9 A5, Resolution AR 2017-199, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 25th Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 13th, 2017. The next item is item 11, under Old Business Unfinished Action on Public Items. It would be 11A2, Information Memorandum AIM 63-217, AO 2017-51, as amended, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.60.275 to provide for a youth representation to the Anchorage Assembly. Next item coming up, a new public hearings, item 14N, Information Memorandum AIM 62-2017, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 21.05.010E, typical allowed uses, residential, commercial, industrial, and other districts, and subsection 21.05.060D, warehouse and storage, to reduce unintended consequences for the bulk storage of hazardous materials at the Port of Anchorage. Anything else, Madam Clerk, that I didn't get? Okay. Now we need a motion on the agenda. We need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay. We're now going to go to assembly members that would like to pull items for a little bit further discussion. Mr. Wilson, I'll start with you.
Pull 9A3 for reading.
Okay. Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I do not need to pull item 11A, AO 2750-51 regarding an Assembly Youth Representative, I would like the Clerk's office to add Mr. Croft and I as sponsors.
They can do that, sir. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 9A4.
Ms. LaFrance, ma'am.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
I'd like to pull item 9A2. I intend to move to postpone. I'd also like to add myself as a co-sponsor to item 9F25 or AO 2017-85, but please do not pull the item. Thank you.
Would you actually?
Mr. Croft, sir.
9 Alpha 5 for reading.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 9A1.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Constant, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'd like to pull 9D3.
9D3?
Yep. Yes, sir. D as in Delta.
Is that all, sir?
Yes, thanks.
Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dyson, sir. Okay. We've pulled 9A3, 9A4, 9A2, 9A5, 9A1, 9D3. Is that all of them, Madam Clerk? Okay. Please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. There. That was approved. We're now going to go back to those items we'll pull for the further discussion. We'll start with 9A1. It's Resolution AR 2017-152, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and recognizing the North Stars 16U girls hockey team as the USA Hockey 2017 Tier 2 2A national champions. We need a motion to approve that.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous consent. We need a second, then ask unanimous. Can I get a second on it? Ask unanimous consent, see no objection. That is approved. Pete, you're reading?
Yes, I am.
They're going to read it.
All right. Whereas on April 10th, 2017, the North Stars 16 under hockey team run of 4 consecutive victories culminated in a 3-1 championship win over the Vermont Shamrocks in Troy, Michigan. And whereas the North Stars of Anchorage Hockey Association are the 7th team in Alaska youth hockey history to capture a national championship. And whereas the North Stars scored all 3 of their goals in a second period span of 8 minutes and 50 seconds, with Anissa Boots and Allison Green each delivering 1 goal and 1 assist. Tristan Stetson furnishing an insurance maker, and Gabrielle Gibson snuffing 15 shots, only losing a shutout in the last minute. And whereas Coach Rick Trupp attributes their success to working hard and playing the game under control. The girls program is growing year by year. This group has stayed together as a core in the same association and is the strongest team we've ever had. And whereas the 2017 North Stars National Championship team includes Annabelle Austin, Anissa Boots, Gabrielle Gibson, Allison Green, McKinley Hoff, Brooklyn Callender, Julian Ketchum, Amber Kraft, Sierra Longfellow, Elle McKenna, Alyssa Monrian, Autumn Murray, Jayla Ojay, Michaela Pita, Berkeley Radcliffe, Amber Steinhilpert, Tristan Stetson, McKenna Thompson, and Kiana Trupp, and Coach Rick Trupp. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly honors the North Stars 16 and under girls hockey team and congratulates them as champions of the USA Hockey 2017 National Tier 2 Tournament. Passed and approved by this Anchorage Assembly the 9th day of May, 2017. Congratulations, girls.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone who supported us on our journey to nationals and helped us raise money so we could get to where we are. And I just want to say thank you to the coaches for pushing us and making sure we push ourselves in school and in hockey and just everything in general in life. And I'd like to say thank you to the parents for supporting us as well. You guys have been a big part in all of this, and I don't know what I would do without my teammates. And thank you for recognizing us.
I'm waiting. Mr. Dunbar, because the next one's your item you pulled, sir. Sorry. It's item 9A2, sir. You want to postpone that to the 23rd of May?
Yes, please move to postpone to the 23rd of May at the request of the administration.
Is there a second? Second. Ask unanimous. See no objection. That one is postponed to the 23rd of May. Next item in front is item 9A3. That was pulled by Mr. Whittleton. Oh. Item 9A3 is Resolution Error 2017-176, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Deborah L. Fitzgerald for 12 years of excellent public service to the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. I need a motion to approve.
Move to
in a second.
Second.
Ask unanimous. See no objection. That is approved. Who's reading?
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Deborah L. Fitzgerald for her 12 years of excellent public service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Deborah Fitzgerald has diligently and professionally served the municipality of Anchorage since September 2004, when she began her service as a senior accountant in finance and payroll, and for the past 8 years as the grants and contracts administrator. And whereas Deborah has supported 8 municipal facilities and worked with their managers to maintain the quality and efficiency of their operations while maximizing the investment of taxpayers and facility users. And whereas Deborah has meticulously managed countless grants for the municipality, both grants awarded to the city and grants awarded by the city to nonprofits, artists, and social service agencies that make Anchorage great. And whereas Deborah is an example of what a public servant should be, as shown by her work efforts, strong ethics, loyalty, and help in assisting grantees, facility managers, co-workers, and the general public at large. And whereas Deborah's dedication to creating a better community and her responsible management of municipal funds is exceptional, her 12 years of municipal knowledge and grant management expertise will be difficult to replace, and she will be missed by all who know and have worked with her. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors Deborah L. Fitzgerald for her dedication to the municipality of Anchorage and its citizens, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May, 2017.
I want to thank everyone, and it's an honor to be recognized. You know, I don't feel like I did anything special. It was a hard decision to retire, but I know that the people that are continuing to work here are great people, and that the city is in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Serve the city, ma'am. We appreciate all your work. Next one in front of us is Resolution 2017-177, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating National Drinking Water Week, May 7th through 13th, 2017. We need a motion to approve that in a second.
Second.
Moved in second, ask unanimous consent. See no objection. That is approved. Who's here to receive that?
Whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, and whereas the municipality is graced with a uniquely pristine and abundant supply of pure water from the glaciers and snowfields of the Chugach Mountain Wilderness. And whereas since the founding of the city of Anchorage in 1920, its citizens have invested continually in water infrastructure, such that today we enjoy an extensive underground network of over 850 miles of water lines throughout the municipality. And whereas, as a municipal enterprise activity, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility is committed to continued investment to ensure reliable service, safeguard public health, and protect the environment long into the future. And whereas, in 2016, AWWU delivered 8.4 billion gallons of cool, refreshing water to the taps of utility customers from Eklutna to Girdwood. And whereas, only tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life that helps make Anchorage the best place in the nation to live, work, and play. And whereas AWWU will celebrate Drinking Water Week with local social media announcements, the utility's H2O to go water trailer, and brochures to remind residents of Anchorage's excellent water quality. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates National Drinking Water Week, May 7th to 13th, 2017.
You want to say anything about the week, activities or anything?
Thank you. One of the things that we're very privileged here in Alaska, especially in Anchorage, is our pristine water source from a glacier to Eklutna. There's not even very many communities in the state that can boast that. We have award-winning tap water. We've won a lot of awards over the years. There's basically three components to our utility. There's our infrastructure. We have to have clearly reliable infrastructure. We have to have clearly responsible finances and a clearly professional workforce to make all this happen. So for us to deliver that 8.4 billion gallons of water, took a lot of effort behind the scenes. It also includes support from the administration as well as this assembly to conduct the business that we conduct and to provide the services we provide to our customers. And we greatly appreciate this recognition. Thank you.
We have a couple of questions for you, sir, if you don't mind. Ms. Nabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, I just want to say, on behalf of the body, I hope I'm not being too presumptuous, We all recognize the value of clean water to public health. It is crucial to our infrastructure, and oftentimes when we think of public safety, we don't think about water or wastewater, and I always do. And I'm proud of the fact that Assemblymember Dyson and myself represent the area from which our water flows is Eklutna. But in order to get the water here to all the residents of Anchorage, it takes exceptional people at AWWU to deliver that. So I think we can't let this recognition of celebrating water go beyond without recognizing the men and women who bring that valuable resource into our homes. And so from us to you, please pass on that message of how grateful we are for the professionalism and the dedication AWWU employees have to every resident in the municipality of Anchorage.
Absolutely. Thank you. That is absolutely true. None of this would be at all possible without the 285 professionals that work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to make sure that our system continues to operate the way it does.
And again, thanks for everything you do, because water is the ultimate resource. I deal with other towns and national cities that are water shortage. And when we think about the water we've got coming here, and it comes in so fast, we have to take the pressure down. We have to have reducers, and some towns are still trying to get out of the ground.
Absolutely.
So thanks for the job you do.
Thank you.
Take care, sir. Next item in front is item 985. It's AR 2017-199, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 25th Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 13th, 2017. I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second, ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, that's approved. Mr. Croft, I think you pulled that, sir.
I did. Whereas the National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive is held annually on the second Saturday in May and is the largest one-day food drive in the nation, with local efforts in more than 10,000 cities and towns across America, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. And whereas last year the 2016 NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive collected over 80 million pounds of non-perishable food, a 13% increase from 2015, raising the total weight of donations received over the history of the drive to more than 1.5 billion pounds since the pilot drive began in 1991. And whereas Saturday, May 13th, 2017, will be the 25th anniversary of the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive, and with the help of numerous local postal employees and volunteers, letter carriers will again collect and deliver non-perishable food donations to local Feeding America food banks. And whereas Feeding America provides hunger support to 49 million Americans every year by distributing 3.6 billion meals of donated food and grocery products annually to local food banks, serving 1 in 6 Americans who rely on these organizations. And whereas donations to the Food Bank of Alaska, FBA, generated by the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive are critical to the operation of the FBA and its partner agencies, who provide food annually for an estimated 155,000 people statewide, and in Anchorage, 44,600 people, with 34% of the people in those households being children under 18 years old. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supports the 25th Annual National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on May 13th, 2017, and applauds the cumulative success of the annual food drive and the noteworthy milestone on its 25th anniversary. Residents of Anchorage are encouraged to join in this community effort through their donations of non-perishable food left at mailboxes and in U.S. post offices. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May, 2017.
Well, thank you all for that. My name is Jim Raymond. I'm the branch president for the National Association of Letter Carriers here in Anchorage. Our branch covers all of the postal service for city delivery from Palmer all the way down to Homer. But I'm also involved in every other unit in the state where city deliveries delivered. This is our 25th year. We've been involved every year since the NALC has started this nationwide. This is a really critical time for the food bank. As letter carriers, we're in your neighborhoods. It used to be 6 days a week. Now it's 7 days a week. We're delivering out there every day of the week. And we become part of that community. It becomes part of our family. And letter carriers are a compassionate group of folks. And we saw a need. And so it started out of Arizona, and now it's worked its way nationwide. So this Saturday, you'll see letter carriers, not only in addition to delivering mail, but going out of their way, picking up food to provide to the food bank. The food that we pick up, letter carriers themselves selected the clients that get our food. There are 10 groups in Anchorage that receive our food pantries. One of those food pantries is the Anchorage Gospel Rescue Mission. Next to me is Tom Ruggles. He's a retired letter carrier, only retired from the Postal Service, and then he went to work as the kitchen manager at the Anchorage Gospel Rescue Mission. Some of the food that our letter carriers collect go to Tom's kitchen and feed young men and women. And I'll let Tom speak about that in a moment. But we just want to thank you for recognizing us again. And again, when you're out there, put that food up by your mailbox. It's a time of year where children are not going to be in school, so they need those breakfast cereals, that peanut butter that provides high protein meat. Those are great things that you can leave out by your mailbox. We'll come by, we'll pick it up, we'll sort it at the post office, transport it down to the food bank, where those local pantries will come in and provide thousands of meals to Anchorage and the supporting communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivera has a question. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. Just want to thank the National Association of Letter Carriers for the work that they do. Both of my parents are work for the post office, and so I've seen this firsthand, the benefits of this program. So thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions, sir. Thank you very much. If we can help you at all, let us know. Let's get the message out there.
Wonderful. Tom, did you want to say a few words?
Anchorage is a great place to live, and with the amount of food that we're able to collect on this drive, it helps us, even at the Anchorage Gospel Rescue Mission, to serve at least 8,700 meals a month, and we house 100 people there, and the people that come in are able to get a meal, especially those that have jobs, but they don't have enough food to fill their homes. So we're able to put that together, especially with the other people that, the other organizations that are able to collect this food. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next time, your first item. We have item 9D3 in front of us that was pulled by you, I think, Mr. Constant.
Yes, sir. I move.
Need a motion on it?
I move the confirmation of Aves Thompson to the Port Commission.
Second.
Do you want comment, sir?
Yeah, so I just wanted to take a moment to thank Aves for being willing to support Anchorage's freight mobility, to stand up in places where it's difficult sometimes to have discussions with community members who have different visions for what our town ought to look like. But he's always an advocate for the fact that our stores, our homes, our everything, our businesses need to have access to the important goods and services that move either from the port or the airport all across the state. And so while I've spent time with him in community council meetings, in other committee meetings, I would say he's a really great candidate to carry this forward for us. So thank you.
Ask unanimous consent on the appointment of this individual. See no objection. That is approved by the body. We're now down to our regular scheduled dinner break. We'll be back and get started in about 20 minutes. Thank you. We're now on item 11A. We close the public hearing on it. Mr. Rivera, sir, we'll need a motion of some kind.
Yes, I move to postpone until the meeting of June 13th and reopen the public hearing.
Is there a second? Do you want to explain why, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's become apparent that this ordinance is a little bit more work to tighten up some loose ends, and as the former sponsor of the bill has not been able to do so, Eric and I will be working in the next month and a half to bring back an ordinance we can all support, I hope. We would like to schedule an assembly work session at a future date after the Youth Advisory Commission holds their own work session and public hearing. And just as a quick side note, Mr. Chair, it's really a core principle of youth engagement that we don't implement ideas in a top-down manner to youth, but we work with youth to find the best way that they can engage. So I look forward to that process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera, would you also bring the clerk into this and Dean Gates, our city attorney?
Yes, I will do.
Both have a lot of information they can bring to this process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Comments from assembly members?
I just want
Dunbar.
I just want to say, Felix, I think we could probably get it passed right now, given who's in the room. But I appreciate you taking the lead on this, you and Eric both. Thank you.
Is there an objection from the body to this? Should no objection, this item will come back on the 13th with an S version that will be open up to public hearing. We're now down to item 14A on your agenda. Item 14A is Resolution 2017-163, a resolution of the Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for marijuana retail sales establishment, license number M10837, doing business as Hillside Natural Wellness, LLC, located at 8639 Toloff Street. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in, and you'll have 3 minutes. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Mr. Willington?
The Community and Economic Development Committee reviewed this at length, and we recommended approval with the conditions.
Okay. Any other comments from the body? If not, please vote. That item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14B. 14B is Resolution AR 2017-164, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M01671, doing business as Alaska Cannabis Exchange, LLC, located at 1805 and 1807 West 47th Avenue in Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, tell us what part of town you live in. You'll have 3 minutes.
I got a Class D driver's license.
Sir, could you bring the microphone to your mouth?
Yeah, BROOKS, Joseph, JOSEPH. I'd like to notify you all, I'm Seminole Indian. There is a supreme difference between cannabis cultivation as well as marijuana cultivation. The just main causability of the differences diverged of the two plants is noted as cannabis being a plant transplanted through poison oak, poison sumac, and poison ivy, mainly indigenous to the regions of Oregon and Washington. Marijuana is indigenous to the arid regions, as well as hydroponically grown in a process which is a very long time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. Julie Logan, Logan, Julie. And I'm from Midtown, but I'm representing my mother who's in Spenard.
Okay.
My name is Julie Logan. I'm the daughter of Robert and Louise Logan, who've lived the last 40 years at 1811 West 47th. I'm here tonight on behalf of my mother, Louise, in opposition of the proposed grow facility next door to my family home. My mom's concern first and always is her neighbors, the children and families at the Spenard Recreational Center, Northwood Elementary, and Anchorage Montessori School. These buildings are only blocks away from my mother's home. Her family has other concerns. Everyone says it's just a grow facility, but my family understands the attraction it brings to our 1 square mile of Spenard. This 1 square mile has the second highest rate of murder, rape, prostitution, domestic violence, chop shops, and panhandling. It's being turned into a slum. Both my parents helped Anchorage grow, pay taxes, and voted. My father helped build 90% of the original roads you drive today. My mother, a legend at Alaska Airlines, retired after a long career of promoting the best of Anchorage and Alaska. My parents have always been active in their community, always living in Spenard, whether it be on Greenland, Oregon, Taft, or now West 47th. They are active in coaching youth sports, being scout leaders, a lifetime PTA member, and volunteering in public schools. Sometimes my mother had continued, something my mother has continued since my father's passing in 2008. We are now also facing the unknown drop in purchase price of her home if she ever decided to sell. At a time where she could be adding value to her home, only to lose it to the circumstances of not being able to sell or at a reduced price directly related to the grow facility. It's a home my parents saved years to purchase up in an up-and-coming neighborhood. Over the last 10 years, it is in decline due to the increase of crime, overcrowded jails, and a backlogged court system. Now, Assembly, it is in the control, add or remove another burden to an already overwhelmed community. In closing, my family asks the Assembly and the Planning and Zoning Commission to please consider changing the zoning laws from light industrial to I-2 heavy industrial and to include stricter boundaries for the growth facilities near schools, parks, and heavy recreational areas. Until the data can be collected to support light industrial zoning where law enforcement can provide the necessary safety and security to neighborhoods that would be affected, plus show data for any losses in the housing market directly related to the grow facilities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. We got one. Mr. Whittleton, sir?
I was just, thanks for your testimony. So what was in that building, or what is in it now, or what was in it?
It's been a few things. I mean, it was a distributing company for different local stores. Right now, at the very far end, it's a RV automotive shop, but it's been vacated for almost a year. And so we didn't know anything, what was going to happen to it.
So I think it's about 2/3 is vacant, but the RV operation is still there?
Correct.
Is that right? All right. Thank you.
Mr. Croft has a question, ma'am. Mr. Croft?
Your mom's house is right next door, right?
Right next door.
It's 805, 807, and then 811 is their house.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Nice.
You bet.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify in this item, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, E-2. I'm located in where the Tudor Lake Otis area is. Yeah, after hearing how much crime is on West 47th, I think you ought to pass this. You ought to give these people their business license. The reason why is the shops that have opened, crime has dramatically gone down. And that's because of the security system. They have cameras, they're being patrolled, the owners are watching. You should pass this because this will bring crime down, not up. And if it's like what I've been hearing, if it's really a crime-infested area, well, and since Spenard, this is essential to that area. We all have more shops in heavy crime areas, as a matter of fact, because again, it'll bring crime down, and that's what we want. Especially now that we've got a police force. Some of the police there are the new ones. They don't have that much experience, so they need all the help they can get from cab drivers, these shops, us. Yeah, pass this. Thank you. My name's Ed Larrabee. That's what I think.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Morgan Rice.
Could you pull the microphone down?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Morgan Rice, R-I-C-E. I'm the daughter of Julie Logan and the granddaughter of Louise Logan. I reside in Midtown, but my grandmother lives at 1811 West 47th, right next to where this growth facility would be taking place. And with this growth facility's high security and cameras and the ability of not being able to break in, where's the next place they're going to break into? My grandma's house. I'd like you guys all to consider that. My grandma's safety is my top priority. What's yours? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone all hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Wilton?
A couple comments. One is the Community and Economic Development Committee did look at this and recommended approval. And if I could continue just on non-committee comments. We have, what we've seen is that these marijuana establishments are going into some old and odd buildings and actually fixing it up quite a bit. So it seems in many cases, Rob watches that the area has improved, and in fact, they've moved out some nefarious uses in several cases that we know of. I don't know if we've seen any proof that it brings crime down, but we also haven't heard that it brings crime up, though it's a new industry. But for almost as a worst-case scenario, these licenses are for 1 year. So if there are problems, stay in touch with your community council, and we can pull that license, and I believe really at any time if they're not operating properly. So if it is really a bad operation, clearly causing problems, you have an out. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft, sir.
Just a question of Mr. Weddleton. Is there? I didn't see a Spenard Community Council resolution. It's not required. A community meeting is required, but often they're in the packet. Was there any discussion of, or was there a resolution of the Spenard Community Council?
For cultivation, they're not required to do the community memorandum, but I believe they did send notices out and have their community meeting.
I saw the thing, the indication that they'd sent the community notice out. But as far as you know, there wasn't.
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
I just need a reminder. I think it might be on the next applicant. But, Mr. Weddleton, can you remind me which applicant it was that was within the 1,000 feet of a school? Is it the next applicant?
This one could be this one, I think, because it was near the
I don't have
Rec
my other
Center.
packet with all the information. This is the pared down packet, so I'm having a little challenge finding it. Is the applicant here?
The clerk's going to look for you.
Are you guys the ones that were within 1,000 feet? I think you are. Looking at you, I remember your face.
I'm not sure exactly. I just know it was well over the 500 foot.
Yeah, but it was under 1,000. It was like 750 feet, wasn't it? From an elementary school?
Like 980.
But it was under 1,000.
980.
I think that's what you had said last time, but I'm not 100% sure.
Come on, you know.
No, I don't know the number you gave me.
You know, we had this
Just about
discussion.
it, ma'am.
Okay, so my comments for this is the Department of Law made recommendations to this body when they were setting the land use code that they did not believe that they should be within 1,000 feet of a school. Looking at the Cole memo, looking at multiple recommendations from the Department of Law. Now, this body chose to ignore the Department of Law's recommendation and went with 500 feet. So as you look at this, the applicant meets the letter of the law when it comes to separation distance with an elementary school, because if memory serves, this is an elementary school we're speaking of. However, the applicant was sternly warned during the Community and Economic Development Committee that if the federal government comes in and enforces those separation distance of, not dealing drugs or doing something with drugs within 1,000 feet of school, they potentially could be closed by the federal government. And I think it's important to note that on the record because that was a discussion point at our Community and Economic Development Committee meeting. Do you remember that discussion? Yes. Okay. So I wanted to make it perfectly clear, frankly, I have no sympathy. You're within 1,000 feet. You're going into it knowing the risk. And I think that's what's important, is that the applicant knows the risk. The body makes the decision to approve or not approve based on that knowledge. A current municipal law does say 500 feet within the municipality of Anchorage. So do they fit with municipal law? Yes. Frankly, none of them fit within federal law. So we're kind of out there. But that's just something that we should consider. It's on the record. They know it. So if they come back later and they're shut down, it's a risk they assumed. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks, Mr. Bowski. It is on the record that you notified the applicant at our meeting of the coal. We understand that, and I think the applicant understands it. Mr. Constant, sir?
Yes, sir. To Mr. Croft's point, for sure, the neighborhood responsibility plan is only a requirement of the retail business. This body decided that was the appropriate measure.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Please vote. Sir, you can't do it again.
This is coagulated.
You can't do it again, sir.
Marijuana.
That's over with.
I'll ask us.
Please vote.
Taxed already. What are you guys cultivating?
The item is approved, 10-1.
Thanks.
Next item in front of us is item 14C. Resolution Air 2017-160 by resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M10866, doing business as AK Frost, located at 5200 A Street, Suite 102. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in.
Chuck Schumann, S-C-H-U-M-A-N-N. I live in Bayshore, but I have property adjacent that I own adjacent to this property on two sides. And I'm just watching to make sure that the rules are all followed. And my question all along for this property was that there was adequate parking. And because they are applying for a grow permit for processing and for retail. And so I think what you're doing tonight is you've got two of those in front of you. So you've got a processing facility and the retail facility. And the reason that we're interested in it is because we tried to build on one of the lots adjacent to it, and we were denied the ability to do that because of having to adhere to the rules for parking and for setbacks and the restrictions that we had at that time, and that was on the lot immediately south of this place. And I've expressed all this. I've met with Mr. Hart and with everyone out in planning to express that our unhappiness about this because we were unable to do what we wanted to do at that time. So I did go and review the file last week with my son and found again that there hasn't been any change to the parking. So there's only 17 spaces on the plan that I've got from out of the folder there. So I'm just asking you all if you've looked at that. Because when my son and I reviewed it, we found that it has 17 spaces. We've calculated that based on the retail, the processing, the production, the manufacturing, the drying, and the cultivation, that we come up with 18 spaces that are required. So I realize it's only one space difference in this, but the rules are the rules. And so they did impact us as on an adjacent property. And so I emailed planning, did two different emails on the 4th, and I haven't gotten any response to tell me what they did approve on this, or if they did approve less parking on this or not. And it should be noted that early on in this process, the applicant was out in the neighborhood trying to lease adjacent property, and they came to us. They came to the surveying firm that was in the area there, so they knew they had a parking problem from day one. and it's just never been addressed. And so I just wanted to point this out to you and make sure that we're watching and that we're following the rules, and what's good for us should be good for them, and it should be good for everybody in the future. So if we're going to sweep the parking under the rug and allow the retail to go forward here, then we should be prepared to do that for others in town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Appreciate that. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body, Mr. Wilton?
Move to approve.
Second.
On your committee?
The Community and Economic Development Committee reviewed this carefully and did recommend approval. And addressing the parking requirements, that is on our page 446, and on, I would think what people in the audience might have is page 5 of 15. And in that, it works through the amount of square feet for the various types of use in this building. And they considered that it requires 16 spaces, but 17 are provided. And I would say, in our experience in this, many of the buildings are, as I said before, old and odd. So they have tough situations with parking. And because marijuana is considered a change of use, it triggers a huge raft of Title 21 requirements, including the parking. And that has been a challenge for many of the marijuana operations that the traffic engineer has held them to. So it has been challenging for the marijuana operations. They've not been sweeping that under the rug at all. So, but I appreciate the comment from that neighbor. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from Assembly members? Not seeing any. Please vote. That was approved unanimously, 11-0. Next item in front of us is item 14D. 14D is a resolution error 2017-166, a resolution of the Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for marijuana manufacturing license with license number M10865, doing business as AK Prime LLC, located at 5200 A Street, Suite 102. Public hearing on this item is now open. They may wish to testify. Please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Wilton, sir.
The Community and Economic Development Committee also considered this quite carefully and recommended approval. We have in our packet a little correction memo. In the staff report, it stated in some places that it was 740 square feet, and in fact it is 432.
I think we have a 14D2 that may clarify that. Any other comments from Assembly members on this? Not seeing any. Please vote. And who? Mr. Steele, sir, we need your vote. Thank you. Next item in front of us will be item 14E. 14E is a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly, Resolution Error 2017-154, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $36,940,000 to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund 441, Project Management Engineering Department from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of road and storm drainage capital improvement projects, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
We say somebody moved it. Forrest moved it. Now Tim has moved it. And
Second.
Amy seconded. Okay, we're fine. Discussion from Assembly members. Okay, please vote. That is approved 11-0. The clerk reminds me as that we're doing this, would you please audibly make sure your microphone's on and say you're moving it, audibly say you're seconding it when you push the buttons, because otherwise we have problems with it. And push the buttons. Thank you. So that was approved by the body. Next item in front of it should be item 14F. 14F is Resolution Error 2017-155, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $1,800,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for fire engine replacement and appropriating $820,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for fire facility upgrades, all to the Anchorage Fire Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund 431 for general obligation bond proceeds. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
That worked great. The clerk is now happy. She's putting a little green star on your icon out there. Any comments from assembly members? Okay, let's vote. There. The clerk wants to remind you that I have to vote too. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That was unanimous. It's not just you, Tim. I get hit on the side if I forget about it. Next item in front of us is item 14G. Resolution Error 2017-165, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,400,000 to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund 451, Maintenance Operations Department for general obligation bonds proceeds for APD facilities projects. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments from assembly members? Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item in front of us, item 14H, Resolution 2017-157, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,450,000 to the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department and appropriating $215,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department, all within the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund 461 for the general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of capital improvement projects. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly, spell your last name for the record, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
That was good. Any comments from assembly members before we vote? Please vote. That is approved unanimously, 11-0. Next item in front of us is item 14I, Resolution Error 2017-158, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $128,011 the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for a transfer responsibilities agreement for the Anchorage Metropolitan Transportation Solutions ASD Bike Sharing Education Trailer Program in the Planning Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your inquiry for the record, and spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Comments from assembly members? Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an item that the Let's Move task force helped move forward, and I just want to thank former Assembly Chair Elvie Gray Jackson for her stewardship of this. This helps us get towards completion of one of our strategic actions so we can become a gold standard city. And I actually did have one question, not necessarily germane to this, for APD, if I could.
They're here. Go ahead.
So many assembly members, but especially in Midtown, we've gotten a lot of concerns and about, particularly about bicycle thefts. And with the story in the news about the program for students and all of their bicycles were stolen, it's my understanding that they actually have some pretty good security measures. But do we have, if you could comment about sort of the allocation of resources to help stop this ramp up of bicycle thefts?
Well, we do have, and thanks for that question, Mr. Rivera, through the chair. We do have resources allocated to bicycle thefts. We encourage people to report those to the police department, and then depending on the case, it's case specific, but then we do assign patrol officers to go and do the follow-up. Probably the biggest thing, the most important thing that I would ask from the public is make sure that you are recording the serial number of your bicycle and taking a photo of it, taking a photo of the serial number. We actually recover quite a few bicycles that were never able to return to owners because owners don't actually have the serial number from their bicycle when they report the theft. So that would be extremely helpful to the police department, and I think we could really improve the number of bikes that actually get returned to owners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I know every year at the YMCA they auction off a lot of bikes that are found during the year. And if people don't put some way to identify them on the frame of the bike, one bike looks like another bike.
Yes, sir, that's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Chief. Any other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote. That's approved 11-0. Next item in front of us, item 14J, Resolution 2017-159, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $225,000 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231, an Alaska Community Transit Reimbursable Grant from State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to be used as a match to Federal Transit Administration and or Alaska Mental Health Trust grants for transit service and preventive maintenance within the Public Transportation Department. Public hearing on this item is open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, for the record, and spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Go ahead.
You got it, Barbara? Okay. Thank you. Comments from assembly members? Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item in front of us, item 14K, Ordinance 2017-73, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for authorizing and approving the issuance of electric revenue refunding bonds for the municipality in one or more series for the purpose of providing long-term financing for certain capital projects financed with subordinate lien electric revenue notes and the refunding certain outstanding electric revenue bonds of the municipality. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, Please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and tell us what part of town you live in. Spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. So what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. That was approved by the body. 9-0. The next one should be L. Next item in front of us, item 14L, ordinance AO 2017-67, ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, amending the Chugach Eagle River Comprehensive Plan update land use plan map to change the use classification of an area of land from residential, less than one dwelling per acre, to community facility on the Kootenai Lake Road, planning and zoning case 2017-0019. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Michelle Ritter, R-I-T-T-E-R, with DAL. Approval of amending the Chugach Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, Land Use Plan map to the land use designation of lots 1 through 3 of Unelli-Tinneton subdivision from residential to community facility will allow for the next agenda item under 14M, Assembly Ordinance 2017-66, to be approved rezoning the parcels from Chugach Eagle River single-family large lot residential, or R10, to Chugach Eagle River Public Lands and Institution, PLI. Amending the Chugach Eagle River Comprehensive Plan land use map and approval of the rezone are critical to the development of the new Ernie Turner Recovery Center, which is allowed in the Chugach Eagle River PLI designation subject to approval of a conditional use permit. The existing Ernie Turner Center is located in Anchorage, and it provides detox and recovery services. South Central Foundation has bought the Anchorage facility from Cook Inlet Tribal Council, and they're going to be converting that to a detox-only facility. With the proceeds of that sale, Cook Inlet Tribal Council is building a new facility off of Eklutna Lake Road, and it's going to be recovery services only. We have met with the Eklutna Valley Community Council twice. Both they and the Chugach Eagle River Advisory Boards both passed resolutions of support of this project. Both passed the resolutions unanimously, and the conditional use permit for the new center was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission last night, contingent on approval of both the amendment to the land use plan map as well as the rezone. Pitted Bentz and Amy Frieden with Cook Inlet Tribal Council are also here this evening to answer any program-specific questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the Assembly? Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you being here. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not of Michelle, but from someone from Cook Inlet Tribal Council, if they'll just get up and describe some of the services, the inpatient services. I know that's a big question among some in the community that have reached out to me. So if you could just describe it, that'd be helpful.
Good evening. My name is Amy Fredine, and I serve as the Executive Vice President and CFO of Cook Inlet Tribal Council, and I'm really happy to be able to describe the services we'll be providing at these facilities, or the facility out on Eklutna Lake Road. CITC has been providing recovery services for over 20 years, and we have a model for our residential program that is really unique, and it's actually recognized as a national best practice, and it's called the Village of Care. So at this facility, we're going to have 16 participants who are working on their own recovery working together as a family within the facility. And knowing that this is a long-term program, it's a 6-month program, we're not going to have a lot of high traffic of participants there, but what we are going to have is really great impact. Our residential treatment center has a success rate that is nearly double that of the national rate. So of our participants who exit our Ernie Turner Center, after 6 months, when we do follow-up of them, 86% of those are reporting that they are still abstaining from use. Additionally, because of the way we do our services at Ernie Turner Center, they don't come in just to fix their recovery issues. They're there really to serve the whole person. So when they come into Ernie Turner Center, they're connected with a recovery plan and with a family that will support them, but they're also connected with a plan for after they leave services. So for example, one of the key things we know is if you put an individual out on the streets from a recovery center, they need to have a job. So 98% of our participants coming out of Ernie Turner Center are gainfully employed. That means their abstinence rate is going to increase and maintain over time. And we're very happy that the community of Eklutna and that our partners with the Native Village of Eklutna and Eklutna Inc. have come together to make this happen.
Mr. Constant has a question for you. Mr. Constant?
It's actually more of a comment. Thank you, Ms. Frieden, for coming in. I'm really grateful that you're doing this work and making this proposal. My first job in Alaska was at the ARCH facility, which is the Volunteers of America's residential treatment program, way up Highland Road. And I'm excited to see this investment because having spent almost 3 years on the Assembly's what became Homelessness Committee, what started as the Drug and Alcohol Committee, in years coming to that meeting, this is the first investment in recovery services that I can recall. Everything else has been investment in kind of the end stage, help get them off the street and do the very last thing. And so I'm really glad you're approaching this from earlier in that cycle because you can make a difference. Thank you.
Well, and I really appreciate all the community members we have on this continuum of care because Ernie Turner Center is just going to be one piece of that continuum with partners like South Central Foundation providing the detox referrals and other partners throughout the Anchorage and Mat-Su area.
Ms. Dabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to give you the opportunity also to discuss, I think Michelle did a good job of discussing the community support for this program, but I think another valuable component and one that we can't overlook is the partnership with Eklutna, the native village of Eklutna, because this will also serve their members who potentially might have addiction issues and treatment. So if you could talk to that briefly.
Yep. So one of the things we're really looking at is how not only we place our services out there, but how we connect to the services that Native Village of Eklutna has. They have a new clinic out there, and inevitably some of our participants will need some minor medical care, and we're looking to and seeking to partner with them. But more importantly, this center is going to bring jobs in the community, and as we have turnover in new positions, we really look to them as a partner for helping us fill those positions.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment also. We can't emphasize enough what the Eklutna people and the Eklutna Corporation have done for the city. They were here hundreds and probably thousands of years before any others showed up, and in my view, very badly treated for 50 or 60 years. There was a great salmon run in 2 of the rivers, and those are gone. Tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of yards of gravel have been mined from their land. Their area was used as a garbage dump for many of the citizens of Anchorage. And these people, instead of being angry and resentful, have been model citizens. If you look at the history, you will find that several of the school sites, almost all of the ball fields, and a significant amount of other land in the area has been donated by the Eklutna people for the benefit of our municipality. And yeah, I would be repeating myself, but we owe them a great debt of gratitude, and these are extraordinary citizens, and what they're doing here follows a long pattern of marvelous behavior on the part of this group of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ma'am, there don't appear to be other questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think my comments need to be long because I think those that testified demonstrated the point. Oftentimes we have issues where people will say, not in my backyard. In fact, the Community Council of Eklutna said, please, come into our front yard. This is a collaborative effort, not only between Cook Inlet Tribal Council, but the native village of Eklutna, and it's one that has been embraced not only by the Eklutna Community Council, but uniformly across Chugiak Eagle River by the Chugiak Eagle River Advisory Board unanimously supported this project. And I think oftentimes citizens will be concerned when they hear about a drug treatment center. This is an inpatient facility, and I think they did a marvelous job of demonstrating how this model is superior to others across the nation, and it should be the gold standard. There will be low traffic, but their high success rate tells us this is a model we should be looking at not only for today, but many times in the future. So I just challenge other communities across Anchorage, when you see projects like this, encourage them to get in early, to talk to the community, to explain what the project actually is, to dissuade some of the fears and anxieties some may have. But we look forward to having you enter our community and provide a service that is much needed, not just in Chugiak Eagle River, but throughout Alaska.
Thank you, ma'am. Other comments from some members before we vote? Usually I don't participate in the debate, but I want to just say that everything Fred said is absolutely true. And Fred, you said a lot relative to this. We need to approve this and let them move on with getting this treatment center there. Please vote. That is approved 11-0. Next item in front of us is item 14M, ordinance AO 2017-66, ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezone of approximately 16 acres from CRCE-R-10 SL, low density residential Alpine Slope district with special limitations per AO 1984-43 to CE-PLI-SL, Public Lands Institutions, districts for lots 1, 2, and 3.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I'm not even going to try. Generally located north of Eklutna Lake Road in Eklutna Valley Community Council, Planning and Zoning Commission, case 2017-0020. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no on public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to second. Discussion from assembly members. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
It's probably evident, but this goes in tandem with the item that we just previously passed. So the first item was the ability to change our comprehensive plan. The second item actually effectuates the rezone.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from assembly members? Please vote. That is approved. Congratulations. That's done. The clerk requests we take a short at ease. So take 5 minutes, Barbara?
Yes, that'd be great.
Let's take a break for 5 minutes.
Okay, so this is something that Ms. Constant would like.
We're now 14N, ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I think your microphone's not on.
I'll do it again then. Thank you. I could hear it, you couldn't.
The clerk could do it.
Some people would be glad not to hear me, Chris, so thank you. We're now down to ordinance AO, it's item 14N, ordinance AO 2017-74, ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, subsection 21.05.010E, table of allowance uses, residential, commercial, industrial, and other districts, and subsection 21.05.060D, warehouse and storage, to reduce unintended consequences for the bulk storage of hazardous materials at the Port of Anchorage Planning Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what part of town you live in. Public hearing is now open. There has to be some people from Government Hill here. Come on down. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you, Training. So first, I want to say thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Kyle Stevens. I'm a resident and vice president of Government Hill Community Council.
You've got 5 minutes then.
Thank you. As current vice president of Government Hill Community Council, I would not be doing my duty if I did not come here and speak tonight in support of a resolution that the Government Hill Community Council has recently passed regarding changes to Title 21 for the Port of Anchorage. It is our belief that changing the 1,000-foot setback for hazardous waste and dangerous materials regarding residential housing and a local elementary school is ill-advised, to say the least. Currently, there is an area that is designated as a fatality exposure zone. What that means is there is an area of residential housing in Government Hill that if there were to be catastrophic failure regarding the tanks currently stored there, all individuals within that area would be at risk from an explosion or impending fire. Changing the 1,000-foot setback would more than double that zone, putting even more families, homes, and children at risk unnecessarily. For those of you who were on the Assembly during the creation of Title 21, you understand that there was a very lengthy process involving exhausting input from many members of your community and your constituents. It would be disingenuous at this point to reverse the decision based on that input, and a disservice to the voters. Furthermore, these changes would include changing the review process from conditional use to administrative, further undercutting your constituents' voice by no longer requiring public input for hazardous waste and dangerous materials to be stored within 1,000 foot of residences and public buildings. That would just not affect Government Hill, but would have wide-sweeping consequences by setting a dangerous precedent in a condensed residential neighborhood. Therefore, I would humbly ask the Assembly not to approve these changes of conditional use and to heed the voices and wishes of their constituents citywide during the exhaustive Title 21 review process and now from the residents of Government Hill, Anchorage's oldest neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the Assembly? There don't appear to be any. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify in this ordinance, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Steve Gerlich. I'm a resident of Government Hill, live on 310 West Manor, and I represent the Government Hill Community Council. So the Government Hill Community Council has been deeply involved with safety issues concerning the bulk storage of hazardous materials for over 30 years. The root of the problem is a historical practice that's no longer used in land use planning. Heavy industry in the port was zoned immediately adjacent to a residential neighborhood without a transition zone or a safety buffer. That was okay in the 40s and the 50s when there were just a few tanks in the port. However, since then, the number of tanks has increased to 85. And with that, documented increase in number of spills and fires. 27 accidents for the 20 years 1960 to 1980, including a fatality within 100 feet of a home, and this is a worker fatality, and a partial neighborhood evacuation. 63 accidents the next 20 years through 2000. So it's been out of necessity that this neighborhood has had to get involved, to educate itself, to work cooperatively with others, and to try to seek solutions to this difficult problem. During this 30-year history, the Government Hill Community Council has developed deep relationships with the many tank farm operators that have come and gone over the years, and there have been a number, and with the successive layers of management in the port and the railroad. In addition, several proposed ordinances concerning safety buffers and conditional use permits have actually come before this body and been deliberated here. And finally, the neighborhood endured and eventually succeeded in a contentious lawsuit played out very publicly in the press about the ability of the fire department staff to testify on hearings concerning tank farm safety. So it was quite surprising after Title 21 finally brought us out of the 1950s with a safety buffer and conditional use permits that the call for their rollback is classified as a minor technical change suitable for expedited approval. Even more remarkable is the justification for the rollback. P&Z says the new safety buffer creates an unintended consequence by not allowing continual development in the safety buffer. The mayor says the problem is that more fuel in the safety buffer requires more paperwork. And the railroad said the safety buffer is a form of inverse condemnation which unfairly restricts their growth. Nobody appears to be looking carefully at the other side of the coin, which is the safety of Government Hill. Science and math and a rigorous Muni-sponsored hazard study proved 15 years ago that a zone of fatalities and injuries actually exists in the neighborhood, and that it was pushed into the neighborhood due to unchecked development in the port. That's the problem here. And the unintended consequence is the continual creep of these zones of fatality, and injury, and evacuation into the neighborhood with additional development. Let's take a quick look at the math. We now know that even the best engineered systems fail. You remember the two NASA space shuttles, Columbia, Challenger, Fukushima, Chernobyl, the Hyatt Regency Walkway. These are all supposed to be safe. And last uneventfully for their entire design lives. We also know that people are frequently too close to dangerous things. Bhopal, Flicksboro, Texas City, Macondo, West Fertilizer, Bellingham, all those people were not supposed to die. And thanks to 9/11, the two Iraq wars, and IEDs, we now have the physics and military-grade computer models to predict blast shockwaves, thermal heat release, and shrapnel fields. We know exactly how far from a burning tank a building will catch on fire or flesh will burn. But our land use zoning laws have not kept up with the math. The setbacks for hazardous materials are still based on separation distances from buildings to allow access to firefighting equipment, not to protect the occupants in the nearby buildings. Those people are considered non-germane to the code. So our safety reviews are based, are not outcome-based. It's just compliance to allow the firefighting equipment to get in. Many industries now are required by law to do the math to keep the people safe. On the North Slope, for example, workers cannot sleep as close to fuel tanks as we allow in Anchorage. Some government agencies, notably HUD, publish these equations and apps to determine eligibility for federal funding requirements. For example, these calculations show that all of East Government Hill exceeds the thermal thresholds for humans and buildings, and it would not be eligible for a federal project. A number of cities use setbacks as a means to keep neighborhoods safe and not require the residents to be math majors. For instance, Denver, Colorado, 1,000-foot safety buffer. Coos Bay, Oregon, 400 feet. Mobile, Alabama, 1,500 feet safety buffer. And some cities who've seen hazardous storage facilities grow up inside their urban core, like Anchorage, have chosen to cap future development. For example, Portland, Oregon has grandfathered operations within about a half a dozen urban tank farms. Nobody's kicked out, but they've capped development at that level today. And there are other cities who are in the middle of this journey trying to decide what to do. And they're taking the time with informed public discussion by experts to get all the stakeholders involved. A couple examples, Albany, New York, South End neighborhood.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay.
Any questions from Assembly members? Thank you, sir. Does anybody else who wish to testify on this item? Hello, ma'am.
Melinda Gant, resident of Government Hill and the Community Council president.
Could you spell your last name?
Sure, it's Gant, G-A-N-T.
Thank you.
History repeats itself. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, is my thought process when this was first introduced to Government Hill. The 1997 conditional use process was added to hazardous waste and storage due to issues that came about in 96-97 from the city's mismanagement of the administrative process and the violation of the First Amendment rights. It was noted at the February 2017 Assembly meeting, the 1997 Assembly meeting, the role of local government was to ensure the safety of citizens, and this proposal will protect its citizens. This positive change was put in place, which ensured that the public had the ability to enter into a public testimony and have time to research any proposed new development that may occur in the port. You could say that the Assembly at the time was already using the coined phrase from our current administration that safe and secure is a necessity for all. While this change was necessary due to the history of recorded spills and fires and politics that caused a lawsuit, this 1997 change also brought an unintended consequence. For example, Crowley, one of our business partners, updated the Government Hill Community Council earlier this year that they wanted to install a truck rack. For those that aren't aware what a truck rack is, it's basically a fuel station for their trucks on their current property that they have. The council supported this upgrade. It was discovered that while Crowley was going through the steps of putting this in place through the planning department, that they would have to go through a conditional use. You wonder why should Crowley have to go through the requirements of a 9-step criteria of approval? We wondered as well. What happens if, for example, Tesoro wanted to do safety upgrades in their developed area? They would have to go through a conditional use process as well. Government Hill supports the developed property that houses the hazardous materials to do their business safety upgrades and modifications by an administrative process. Government Hill stands by that undeveloped port property still needs to go through the conditional use process that falls under the 9-step criteria and becomes a public record. More importantly, allows for public testimony that will also be part of the record. Yet again, history repeats itself. The 1,000-foot setback was added under Title 21 changes that happened most recently, but wonder, how did they come about? Well, this discussion started in 1996 from Dr. Sheila Selcraig. Dr. Selcraig noted that the North American...
Ma'am, you've got to sum up your time. We gave 5 minutes to the first person from the council, the second person. We've got to get back to 3 minutes for individual.
Sure. So I'm going to end?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Question from Assembly members? Don't appear to be. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item?
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Dave Shaftel. I've lived up in Government Hill for about 40 years now and speak to you today not as with the technical information that you've received from other members, but just as a resident. And we live right adjacent to the tank farm and kind of watched the development of these tanks over the years. Period back probably 20, 25 years ago, the manager of the Chevron tank farm recommended to the executives back in San Francisco and Chevron and said, we should just flat lot this place. We should eliminate all these tanks that are so close to this residential area. Business practicality probably overcame that, and that didn't happen. But those of us who live and have lived in this area so close to these tanks have long been concerned about the risks that they pose to our families. Government Hill is now evolving. More and more young families are moving in, more and more children. We've got the Government Hill School, which has the Spanish immersion program. Many people are bringing their children over to Government Hill as well. So I would just hope, as a resident of Government Hill, a longtime resident, I think I can speak for the other residents who live adjacent to these tanks, that the Assembly be very careful about eliminating any safeguards that exist in terms of reviewing the development that's going to occur in the future, and maintain as much as possible the procedures so that you can protect us from accidents and risks that these tanks pose. We understand the tanks. We have to have a fuel tank farm. We have the need for these services, but please be very careful about minimizing the risks to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Nabowski has a question for you, sir. Sir? Mr. Nabowski down there has a question for you, if you don't mind.
So full disclosure, Mr. Schoftel used to be my boss. It's good to see you, Dave.
Thank you.
When you're talking about the community review process, one of the items that Crowley brought up is some of the substantive safety improvements would have to actually either go through a variance process or a different process. If we were to retain some ability of potential, like conditional use permit, where the public could go and testify and have a more robust active participation, would that be something that you would think would be kind of a middle-of-the-road compromise versus an administrative review?
I think the public input is very important, and so that you can hear our concerns. And as you can see, we have people with technical background, and they could offer their expertise as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi. Thank you for taking the time. I'm Trish Allen, and I'm a resident of Government Hill also.
And you sent an email out to all of us today.
Pardon?
I think you sent us an email today, didn't you?
I did.
Okay.
That would be me. Uh-oh, no. Yeah, I'm very, very concerned, a resident of the Government Hill. I read through all of the paperwork, studied it. I'm not as obviously as studied as the rest of these folks, but the one thing that really bothers me, where I live and my neighbors at the church, AT&T and Government Hill School, my house will be 76 feet from the tank. So there's a chart, I don't know if you saw it, but there's where the tanks are and where the residents are and how that all works. There's a chart, and there's this much of a line that if something catastrophic happens, this is fatalities. That's my 76 feet plus. Then there's another line that's a little bit longer, and that's injury. Then there's another line that gets a little over here, we're getting further away, which is evacuation. Then way over here is safety. So in my mind, I don't have a chance, to get out of there. And not to mention, I mean, it's just so close, it's scary. Because like we say, it is man-made, and things can happen, and I just really am concerned for the safety of all the, kids, that whole street, they're on it all the time, and, so that would be, if they could just give us some more space to be safe, that would be. And they were saying to the input of the public, I think, is really important also. I've been there almost 20 years now, and it's a great neighborhood, and just hate to see something really terrible happen.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr.
Thank
Nabowski?
you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for you. I'm trying to wrap my mind around where your property is. You said you would be 76 feet from the tank. Are you talking about a future tank that isn't built yet?
Right.
Okay, so we discussed that particular drawing that you were shown, and it's my understanding that is not a proposal at this time. It's what potentially someday in the future maybe somebody could come in, but the port director himself testified that there's a zone near the bluff that can never be developed.
Right, and that's a very small area.
Okay, so I just want to reassure you there is no proposal right now for a tank there.
Yeah, for right there, but just right another foot from there, and that's still, if it's up way closer than the other tanks.
No, I understand your concern. I just want to be very clear in the record. There is absolutely no proposals for tanks right there right now.
In that little spot.
Right. Well, we're not talking about there. There are no proposals for that. And during the debate, we'll have the port director come up and speak to any proposals. So I just encourage you to stay and listen, because I don't want you to be afraid.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kate Blair. I'm a resident of South Anchorage, but I'm also the Government and Public Affairs Manager for Tesoro here in Alaska. My last name is Blair, B-L-A-I-R.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So first and foremost, Tesoro supports the proposed ordinance as it is written to move from a conditional use permit and a zoning variance to an administrative site review, which includes public notice. Safety is first and foremost a core value of Tesoro. It's not even a priority. It is a core value. It is what we live by. So we support anything that moves us to a safer position. And so when we look at the areas that we own at the port, we own 3 different terminals at the port. They're in 3 different zoning variances. And so that means that for every construction project that we do, if this proposed ordinance were to go through, we have 3 different types of zoning that we need to follow. And that will leave room for ambiguity and possible duplicity in the process. But more importantly, there is no proposed language in the current Title 21 that allows for safety measures or integrity issues. So, for example, we have our engineer will come up and speak to you after me. But we have 3 projects slated for this summer, for our summer construction season, and all 3 are safety projects, first and foremost. We are talking putting flash foam piping on pipelines. We're talking moving pipelines above ground so that we can have better pipeline integrity. These are things that we are doing for the safety of not only our operations, but for the residents in the community around us. And so when we look at those safety projects, we don't have the time to wait to make those safety measures. We want to get to them as soon as possible. Again, for our operations and for the community in which we live and work as well. And so there's no language in the current Title 21 that allows for us to expedite safety projects over just regular construction projects. And so when we look to make those safety improvements, we need to go through the same process that someone would need to go through if they were building a whole new tank farm or if they were building a whole new truck rack. And so, as I said, we take safety very, very seriously. It is a core value of Tesoro's, and we are in no way trying to move around regulations or trying to skirt the current processes. But we do want to make sure that we have the opportunity to make the safety measures, take the safety measures that we need to take as quickly as possible when those issues come up. And so we believe that we could provide safer operations either because of technology upgrades or because of issues that we're having, of integrity issues that we're having at the port, and we want to be able to make those as soon as possible. And so the proposed ordinance in front of you would allow us to do that, but also give the public the opportunity for notice and comment so that if they felt that there were issues with our proposal, that you would have the ability, or the planning department would have the ability to make those changes. So I thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Nabowski, first one, Ms. Nabowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Blair, when we were in the Community and Economic Development Committee, there was, depending on who was talking, there was discussion whether, in fact, that some of the safety upgrades would be substantial enough to need a variance or whether they were not. And my understanding of your understanding is many of these safety upgrades would need to go through the variance process, which obviously we're all concerned about safety, and I don't think that was intended. So can you explain to us the challenge with some of these upgrades and why you think they are substantive and would have to qualify currently and why this is needed?
Sure, Ms. Nabowski, through the chair. So of the 3 projects that we have slated for this summer, one is flash foam piping. Because of the amount of current flash foam that we need to take off the piping, and again, I have an engineer here who can explain all of this in much better detail than I could. There is a percentage of that pipeline that will need to come apart and be put back together that would require a full conditional use permit and zoning variance. Another project, we have 2 other projects that are much larger construction projects that would fall directly into this safety issue within that 1,000 feet of the residential area. One is replacing the bottom of a tank. And so we currently have a storage tank that needs the bottom replaced out of it. And again, because that is such a large project, we're not building any additional storage, we're not building a new tank, but because that's such a large project and so much of that tank needs to be taken out, we would have to go through this whole process. Another project is taking out 7 underground pipelines that are connected to 7 different storage tanks and replacing them with above-ground pipes, again, because of pipeline integrity. So those are all areas that we see as safety issues that we want to address as soon as possible. And as I said in the Planning Committee last week, these are all issues that we will absolutely address, whether we need to wait and go through the conditional use and zone variance or not. We will address them no matter what. We would like to address them as soon as possible, again, because of the safety issues.
My last question I have is specifically, as new technology comes in some of these tanks, it's my understanding that there's times where the tanks are basically, it's best to replace them with a whole new tank, and you might have a tank that holds the same amount of liquid, but it's much bigger because of the safety upgrades to it. Is that accurate?
Ms. Dombowski, through the chair, I am going to refer you to one of my engineers for that question.
Oh, wait, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Constant has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Blair, are you aware of the several active contaminated sites on the port?
Mr. Constant, through the chair, yes.
There's about 11 of them that I know of that are active, several that have been cleaned. Was Tesoro responsible for any of those spills?
Mr. Constant, through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'd be happy to look it up and get back to you for it.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilton, sir.
Hi. This replacing the bottom of a tank sounds expensive. Would that cost like more than half the value of that tank?
Mr. Ruddleton, through the chair, I don't know the full cost of that, but again, I would be happy to get back to you the percentage of what the tank to the replacement of the bottom would be.
All right, thanks. There are no other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Wait,
Thank
Mr. Chair, I would love an answer before we move on, if that's possible.
You'd what?
Love an answer if it's possible before we move on.
Do we have an engineer here that can answer that question,
The
ma'am?
question about spills in particular.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constant, through the chair, are you asking whether Tesoro is responsible for the current contamination at the port?
Yes.
That's the answer to the question?
Can the engineer answer that, or do we need an attorney?
Good evening. My name is Nelson Alger, last name A-L-G-E-R. I live in the Jewel Lake area. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to address your question, sir, Mr. Constant. Know that those spills are not particularly Tesoro's fault. There have been spills on our terminal, and they've been documented and reported per state requirements. But this is an industrial zone, and there have been spills upon spills upon spills. You can't go anywhere and dig without coming across contaminated soil. So I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, no, that's great. And so ultimately, really, you're saying, what I'm hearing is that there are contaminated sites. Generally, you guys aren't responsible for those by creating them. You might be by ownership, but you didn't really create those, or you clean them up, right?
Correct. As we find contaminated soil under ADEC requirements, we have a work plan, and we dispose of the soil properly per state requirements.
Thank you.
So I'm a project manager for Tesoro at the Port of Anchorage, and I came here to show my support for the amendment to the municipal code regarding review requirements for tanks in the I-2 zoning district. I currently manage projects at the Ocean Dock Terminal in the I-2 zoning district, and my projects, building on what Kate Blair just told you, one of my projects is to upgrade the fire foam piping. That requires a full analysis by a local engineering firm and a blessing by the fire marshal. So as Kate said, we take this very seriously, and any modifications that are done to that system require notice to the fire marshal. So we run regular tests, we keep records of those tests, and as we change and grow, we need to modify those systems. And so oftentimes before we go to permitting and planning, we spend tens of thousands of dollars on design and construction and internal planning before we come to you. And if we if we don't have any language that helps shepherd our safety projects through the process at the municipal level, our project could be unduly held up or what have you. So, also, getting a variance, I understand, is onerous, and it's quite a high bar to meet, with 7 criteria that all must be met. So, anyway, open for questions.
Good. Mr. Wilton has a question. Mr. Wilton, you want to finish that question on the tank cost?
Right, so we heard that the bottom of a tank is going to be replaced. Would that cost like a quarter of the value of the tank, 10%?
Sorry.
It's hard to say, because a lot of these tanks were built in the 60s after the Great Quake. Some were built more recently. Like our largest tank at Ocean Dock Terminal was built a couple decades ago. But if I had to put a number to it, I would say it's not as high as half the cost to build the new tank, because you don't have to put in a new foundation. It's simply jacking it up. But if you're putting a double bottom in it, per se, that's additional containment, additional steel, additional welding, and I would guess probably 20 to 30% of the cost of the original in real terms.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson has a question, sir. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so you're planning to dig up, I believe it's 7 pipelines this summer?
Yes, sir. We have 7 pipelines.
So during this digging, if you happened to come across one that had leaked and there was contaminated soil, would the plan be to mitigate that while you were doing this project?
The plan would be to pick a scoped area around the pipeline that was being dug up, and any soil that came out of there would be replaced with clean fill. There's usually guidelines that come with that, but we test it for, we give it a soils test. A civil engineer will take it, they'll take it to a lab. They'll test it for its ability to hold the structure. So that's per the ADEC plan that we have in place prior to the project starting. So, yes, we would backfill with clean. We wouldn't go looking for the original plume. We would do an analysis, see how contaminated it was, and treat it accordingly by state guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I apologize. This might actually be a better question for Ms. Blair, but if you're able to answer it, approximately how long has Tesoro been operating fuel tanks down at the Port of Anchorage?
Kate, when did the sale go through? I believe it's a couple of years now. They recently bought at the Ocean Dock Terminal, where I'm at, a couple of years, but they've been at Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 much longer. I can't answer for those.
So are you relatively new tenants to the Port of Anchorage, or have you been there for decades just in a different place?
Ms. Blair?
Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, this is Kate Blair for the record. We've been tenants of the Port of Anchorage for decades. And so we have recently purchased the Ocean Dock Terminal, which was previously Flint Hills Terminal, which was previously Williams Terminal. And so we are fairly new to the East Tank Farm, which is within that 1,000 feet buffer zone that we're speaking of. So we are new owners of that, but Tesoro has been tenants of the Port of Anchorage for many decades.
Do you happen to know approximately how long that East Tank Farm has been there?
How long the Williams Tank Farm has been there?
65.
Since, Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, since 1965.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Croft has a question. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, and I'm not sure for which of you, but if you could both stay for just a second. It seems to me that the public testifiers and you are talking about two different situations. And I'm trying to distinguish between the construction of a new facility or the major expansion of a facility versus changes you make to facilities you have owned for some time. And I think but I know I am much less concerned about the changes you're making to a facility you have had for some time than new or greatly expanded. So are you comfortable with having us have the process you have for any changes to things that exist, but when you want to expand or build a new facility, that should come under conditional use.
Mr. Croft, through the chair. To answer your question, yes, it does seem like we're talking about two different things, because we are very much talking about projects that we have planned for this summer that address imminent safety concerns that we have at Tesoro. And so we are not speaking of proposed building projects. However, the language as written, whether it's in Title 21 or in the proposed ordinance, does not delineate the two. And so whether we are talking about replacing flash foam piping or building a truck rack, they would be treated the same and would have to go through the same lengthy process. And so there, again, would leave us in a situation where, as we look at to address safety concerns as tenants of the port, we would have to go through the same process as someone who wanted to build a whole new tank farm. And so what we're asking you to consider is to support the proposed ordinance, which allows for an administrative site review, but also with public process. And then through the planning department can then consider if that needs further review, whether it's through a zoning variance or a conditional use permit.
What about if I keep the existing structure for any substantive changes on facilities you have had, say of the effective date of the ordinance, but apply the existing standard really, but the conditional use standard for major expansions or brand new facility?
Mr. Croft, through the chair.
Can I make just a quick point of order or information? There's a difference between what's currently there and what I think we've been talking about, and that is the variance. The variance is proposed to go away in any case. And the variance is the challenge because that creates a 9-month process. And so we're just talking, I think, about apples and oranges a little bit.
Okay, Mr. Croft, continue.
Yeah, the conditional use provisions for new or expanded facilities.
So, Mr. Croft, through the chair, it is my understanding that the proposed ordinance as written would allow for that through the administrative site review. However, it's not necessarily written that way, and so that, again, is a bit of apples to oranges.
Thank you.
Mr. Croft, anything else?
No.
Okay. Mr. Constant, anything, sir? Thank you. Mr. Croft, anything?
No.
Came back on, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Carter. I live in South Anchorage.
Could you pull the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Jeff Carter. I live in South Anchorage. I am a project manager for Tesoro also. I've been in that position for about 7 years now. My comments are probably more conversational than prepared at this point. In preparation for the meeting, I took a walk through the Government Hill neighborhood, and I took a look at our tank farm and our neighboring facilities' tank farms from their perspective. We are close, no doubt. And I guess I just want to frame my comments around what seems practical for me in order to get projects accomplished in a reasonable period of time to improve the environmental integrity and the safety of the facilities. 5 years from now, maybe who knows how many years down the road, we're probably going to still have a Government Hill neighborhood with some tanks beneath it at the port. So how can we get the right things done as expeditiously as possible while we're coexisting? Mr. Alger and Ms. Blair both talked about projects that are planned for this year. Some of those are under my watch. I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but certainly replacing pipes above ground is a good idea. We have no reason to believe the pipes underground are leaking. We just know that in today's configurations of these sort of facilities, that's the best way to do it. That's why we're making those changes. There'll be larger diameter pipes, which allows us to reduce the fluid velocities through those pipes, which is also a safety enhancement. So as a project manager, when I think of a conditional use and a variance procedure, which adds 7 or 9 months to what I need to get done, effectively with Alaska construction seasons, that's a year-long delay. And it's easy to say, well, you really should plan better. Well, you know, with a large corporation, we all compete for resources, whether it's engineering resources or administrative time or manpower or money, and we go through a budgeting process. And once we're able to get those things in play, to delay another year, just it makes it tough to assure that we're going to get the right things done as soon as we might otherwise. And if I might address, I do echo Mr. Alger's comments on the cost of the floor replacement for the tank. I would also say that's around 20 or 25% of what it would cost to build it new. And in doing so, we also enhance the spill or leak detection qualities of that floor system as well.
Question from assembly members. There don't appear to be any. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, put testimony is closed. The one's wish to the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Ms. Nabowski, ma'am.
Thank you. I know there's going to be an amendment, but I want to have the port director come forward if he could, and maybe, well, we'll wait on the planning people until after the amendment.
For the record, my name is Steve Rebuffo, R-I-B-U-F-F-O. I am the port director here in Anchorage and a resident of Sand Lake.
Mr. Rebuffo, you were at the Community and Economic Development Committee, and I think you heard the testimony tonight. Can you speak to the future port expansions? I think you know the question that I told the resident that we would get answered. She was concerned, I think, in that near that bluff area that there would be a tank 76 feet from her. So we just want to discuss what tanks are actually being built, if it's hypothetical or if it's actually planned.
Okay, through the chair to Assemblymember Dabowski. Currently, we have no ongoing lease negotiations with anybody who's interested in putting tanks down on the port. We have, however, entertained a couple of companies who do have an honest interest, both of which have put that all on hold, waiting to see how this goes tonight.
And can you talk to the discussion of where that expansion might happen and where it may not happen?
Sure. One of them would be at the, how do I say this? The lowest elevation of that property that we acquired from the Department of Defense about 5 years ago. Not on the top of the bluff, not on the slope going up the bluff, but as close to the bottom of the hill as possible. There is one company that is interested in establishing a presence there. That is also, by the way, farther than 1,000 feet from the elementary school.
Okay. And lastly, can you just give a perspective from the administration, from the port, about the potential necessity of this ordinance?
Well, as a municipal enterprise department, I think our responsibility is to generate as much revenue as possible and attract as much new business down to the port as possible to not only spur on commerce, but because we make contributions to the city every year as fees in lieu of taxes, and the more tenants we have down there on the port that are helping to create business for us, the more viable and relevant the port is. I think I get paid to attract as much business as possible to the port. And that's what I'm going to do. And I believe that what we have, before this whole issue came up, is a by right arrangement where we can attract any business we want as long as it goes through the municipal permitting process and passes muster there. We don't chase anybody away, or we haven't had to chase anybody away. And everybody that we've had come down who has an interest in a place has been a very good tenant when they've become one.
If I could follow up, because you made the comment, this used to be a by right process, and we'll get into that probably in debate. How long have you been with the port, number one, do you remember this discussion during Title 21 about, making this go through a variance conditional use process?
I have been at the port since August 2007.
So you were here before Title 21 was passed?
Yes, I was, and I'll be quite honest, I don't recall a 1,000-foot buffer coming up in any Title 21 discussions with respect to the port. So, okay. My second question is, I just want to get you on the record of saying this because I think a lot of us appreciate your intent to make the port as viable as possible economically, but it's my understanding, or I won't feed you the line. I'll let you feed it. What position does a port take in regards to safety in the neighborhood around it and chasing that economic development? I think the best way to put that is, we have to reside at the port when we're at work, and we have folks that work at the port that are Government Hill residents. We would never do anything to compromise safety for anybody. And I think, given the fact that technology has come such a long way, fire suppression technology has come such a long way since the 60s, that we can strike that balance, and both can live together.
I'm going to go to Chris Constant next for his amendment. There are no other questions. Thank you, sir. I set the clock at 60 minutes for our debate. We're at 55 minutes now. We still have time. Mr. Constant, do you have some amendments?
Yeah. First, I'd like to move to incorporate item 14N3, which is just some additional communications from the Government Hill Community Council.
Is there a second? Mr. Constant, to address why you want that included?
Yep. So if you flip to the first page, it's a really nice table, basically, of all of the significant developments that have happened over the past, say, 25 to 27 years in this conversation. These conversations have been going on nearly 3 decades. And in my opinion, we read through it, it establishes a clear effort by the port and by the community to figure out a resolution, but it clearly shows that the port has been, the neighborhood has been asking for some protection for that entire time. And so I just would ask people to consider that when they think about how did this 1,000-foot buffer just appear in the Title 21. Finally, next, you have just a table of the difference between the conditional use permit and the administrative site approval. And I think it's a helpful kind of demonstration of the levels of scrutiny that we would go through to ensure that these projects, or that we do go through to ensure that these projects are compatible with neighborhood uses, whether that's industrial, commercial, or residential. And the final page is kind of where my next amendment has generated from, and that's a proposal of the Community Council, which is to allow the ordinance to pass to eliminate the 1,000-foot buffer, to add a conditional use, or leave the conditional use process in, and to allow for old construction, current tanks, to allow them to go through the administrative site review. So this is kind of where my amendment came from.
Okay, so we're voting on item.
There's no motion on the floor.
14N3.
Right. Motion and a second.
We're just moving to incorporate this with the motion. There's just a motion to incorporate N3 into it.
I thought we were
No, not yet.
So we ready to vote on this, Barbara?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so we vote on the acceptance of information. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, not yet.
Mr. who? Okay, we're there. That was approved. Now, Chris, your next one?
All right. So I am moving to amendment to 2017-74. It's Constant Amendment 1.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. It says Constant Amendment number 1. Is that the correct one?
Yes.
Do you want to read through it so we make sure we're tracking it? Are you sufficient, Chris, that we're there?
Yep, I'm ready. I just
ahead.
learning the ropes. So I'm proposing to amend AO Section 2, page 3, line 12, amendment to AMC 21.05.060D.1.b. Section B, use-specific standards will strike in the I-1 and I-2 districts and add capital A, any new facilities for the storage and dispersion of hazardous materials or expansion of existing facilities for the storage and or dispersing of hazardous materials shall occur at least 1,000 feet from a residential school, park, hospital, or residential district, school, hospital, or park. The I-2 district within the Port of Anchorage security area and the M1 district are exempt from this standard. That's the first part. So that would eliminate the variance. In I-2 district within the Port of Anchorage security area, conditional use permit is required except substantive changes to structures existing prior to the effective date may be approved by administrative site plan review with notice. Potential impacts to the public health hazards and viewsheds for the Government Hill neighborhood shall be evaluated.
That was moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Thank you. If I could have someone from planning come forward.
Identify yourself for the record, sir.
Hi, this is Francis McLaughlin in the Planning Department.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. Francis, have you had an opportunity to read the amendment that's proposed?
Yes, I have.
I want to make sure I'm fully understanding it. My understanding from the maker is that it will still, if there's new construction, it will require a conditional land use or conditional use permit, but not a variance. However, safety upgrades can go through the administrative review process. Is that how you understand this amendment?
Well, it depends on whether or not the safety upgrades fall into a different category where they're expanding or, yeah, I think, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but I think that's correct that if it doesn't fall under the repair and maintenance or the other types of review, then I think the amendment, essentially what Mr. Constance's amendment does is it retains the conditional use for new facilities and substantive changes to the existing ones. It's administrative site plan review. So it just restated what you said. Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure. So I want to be doubly sure. I know I don't know why it feels late, but it feels late. So if, for example, someone wants to, do a new project down at the port, they won't necessarily need a variance, but they still will have to go through the conditional use process.
That's right.
Okay. I thought I got it. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Anything else, ma'am?
Not yet.
Mr. Dyson, sir, you're next.
Brief at ease.
What, sir?
Break.
Yes, sir, brief at ease.
Okay. Let's take a brief at ease. Good point. Stop that.
appears that this could have unintended consequences, but I want to understand it fully. So I'm going to make a motion to refer all amendments regarding this issue and the primary issue back to the Community and Economic Development Committee for hearing on this Thursday and bring this item back before the body on May 23rd.
Mr. Wilton, when can you do it, sir? This Thursday or next Thursday or Friday? When can you do it?
For the maker of the motion, did you get a second? I'll get a second and then ask to change it a bit. And let's make it the 18th, 9 a.m., make it a committee of the whole at City Hall.
Okay, and
Room 155.
And then item AO 2017-74 will be back before this body on May 23rd for action.
Okay? And I want every amendment to be at that work session. I don't want somebody coming up with later, well, I didn't have the amendment. I want every work session. I want every amendment at that work session so we can talk about the implications. Because in some cases, you can have one amendment, I can have another amendment, and they're cross purposes. So I simply want to have every amendment there so we can come here knowing what we're discussing.
And Mr. Chair, if I could,
go ahead, ma'am.
I would like for comments on the amendment specifically to be submitted from the Planning and Zoning Department and also from the Port. And if Tesoro wants to make comments, that's fine too. But I want to understand from a city perspective what things maybe we're not spotting that it could have, unintended consequences on, or potential positive impacts, positive, negative, anything in between.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, sir, on the proposal in front of us, motion for a work session on the 18th. Any comments?
No.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft?
I was in line to talk about the amendment itself, and we still have that on the floor.
I know, sir. Do you want to talk about this? You want to wait and talk about that? What would you like to do?
The proposal is for us to go to Commerce and Economic Development on the 18th at 9 a.m. in City Hall?
Yes, sir. Room 155.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Forrest?
Yeah, I want to speak to this motion, actually. So, the amendment would impose a conditional use permit on new structures going forward, but having spoken to the sponsor of the amendment, and I think there's broad agreement, maybe not unanimous agreement, that the safety upgrades for Tesoro we'd like to see happen this summer or to go through the administrative process. And if that's the case, I want to know from Tesoro or for someone from the port if this 2-week delay that we're about to impose before we pass this exception is going to lead to us to miss the construction season or to otherwise delay the project in some very significant way.
Tesoro? Or Ms. Blair?
Hi, thank you for the record. Kate Blair from Tesoro. No, the 2-week delay will not have an impact on our construction plans for the summer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant, sir?
Yeah, so I just would like to take a moment to speak to the parties about my motivations, because to leave this to hanging out there for a week or two, I want to make sure that the folks at the port understand the reason I'm doing this is because it's a clear request from the community, but I want it also known on the record that the port and every party that I've spoken with has been really fair and honest. They've shown up and done their hard work in the community, that they have been part of the process properly in all of this. And so the question before us isn't because of any misdeeds or perceived misdeeds of the people before us. I just want to make sure they have full understanding of that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Willington?
A couple of things. One is to clarify now, are we continuing the public hearing?
We're continuing the public hearing. So far, I've not closed it. Did I close it? Did I close it?
I do believe that you closed the public hearing, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. You did close the public hearing, and Ms. Demboski's motion is to refer it to the committee.
Okay.
There's nothing, no motion has been made to reopen the public hearing or continue.
Mr. Chair, we could create an S version on this, and then we'd be able to reopen the public hearing. Thank you.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that would be proper. And kind of one, just while we're all here, It's interesting, the amount of time we have spent on separation distances between small marijuana operations and houses and schools and so on, and the 1,000 feet that Ms. Domboski spoke to today, and how critical we consider that. And here we put fuel tanks within 1,000 feet of homes and schools and go, meh, let's rush this thing through. So anyway, I support the delay. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ms. Domboski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to say on the record, there was, from my comments, I want to apologize to Assemblymember Constant. I in no way wanted to imply that I thought anything nefarious was going on. I just want to make sure that I understand all the unintended consequences. I personally want to understand them of a conditional use when it comes to the process in this particular situation. And I think it would be helpful for me to have those comments, not only from planning and zoning, but from the port's perspective as well. But secondly, I want to be very, very clear. I haven't seen anybody on this body suggest that we should rush through a decision of separation distances with fuel tanks. So I'm not sure who you're hanging out with, Mr. Weddleton, but I haven't seen it. But again, you know, we did close the public testimony on this. The motion was made with debate to basically refer this, because this, in my view, is a substantive amendment that was not discussed in committee. That's why I'm asking for the referral. Thank you.
That's fine. There's nobody else in the queue. We're now going to vote on having this go to committee on the 18th of May at 9 a.m. So if you have amendments, they should be there or never see the light of day. Okay? And then coming back to us on the 23rd. Please vote. That's unanimous. Thank you. Please get all your amendments in. Madam Clerk. We'll do a next version so we can open it.
Move it to old business.
Yeah.
Are we done with that item?
We're done with
That was a good result.
Yeah. Okay.
That's rushing this now.
Next item in front of us is item 14. And if we're not right, Heidi will tell us. By the way, if you wonder who Heidi is our ghost that's out there and watches every meeting, has since I came on the assembly. And Heidi tells us how we screwed up that night. And we listen to her. Do we, Madam Clerk?
You do, Mr. Chair.
The next item in front of us is item 14-0. This is AO 2017-75, an ordinance amending Exeter Municipal Code Title 21 to add a new method of subdivision called unit lot subdivision. Public hearing on this item is now open, and may wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. This item is now open for public testimony. Mr. Potter, you're not going to say anything?
Dick.
What? I'm not going to let him be that quiet.
There I was, trying to stay under the radar. For the record, my name is Tim Potter, and I'm here to speak in favor of the unit subdivision ordinance that's in front of you tonight. Enjoyed the work session. You all asked some great questions. I did want to note, as the co-chair of the Housing Committee for Live, Work, Play, that our subcommittee that worked on this ordinance, along with the city staff, really worked at trying to fully vet, based on our combined experience with ordinances and development standards of the past that hadn't necessarily worked out right. We tried to plug all the holes that we all knew about and tried to put that in and build the protections in. Certainly I know that if there are any loopholes that are found in the future, that there's a number of us, including myself, that will step forward and plug those as soon as we possibly can. I would note I was going to come here tonight with a bag full of tools, and I was going to hold up a couple of different hammers and ask Dyson if he knew what the difference between an upholstery tack hammer and a sledgehammer was. But I knew he knew the answer. And I was going to ask Pete if he could tell the difference between a standard screwdriver and a Phillips head, and that if he had 2 standard screwdrivers, but what he needed was a Phillips head screwdriver, what would he do? And I know he'd go to the local hardware store, which is a great hardware store in Muldoon, and take care of it. But as we tried to say that this ordinance is not a panacea, it's not intended to be the end-all answer to housing and being able to do housing in town, but it's a medium-sized Phillips head screwdriver that allows us to do a few more different projects in specific locations for a specific type of market that helps serve the needs of the community. So with that, happy to answer your questions.
Questions from assembly members? Mr. Steele, sir.
Mr. Potter.
Ball peen. Yeah.
Jack. Anyway, I guess my question with regards to this is it going to work? Are there models around the country where it does work? Did we take advantage of the experience of others to try and come up with something that...
Yes. Seth Anderson really took the lead on this from both an individual and the community because he does want to test out a project on a specific piece of property that has its own challenges. So we actually have a test bed for this, but he investigated and pulled together ordinances from all over the West Coast that we could look through, compare, even talk to the planning directors of those towns and find out what their experience had been. Seth has actually gone outside of Alaska and gone and visited many of those projects just to prove to himself that if he was going to invest in that kind of project, did he believe that it could work here? So we believe that we've fully vetted that. They have been very successful, and we have not found any that have been non-successful or a problem within their communities.
Isn't the question funding of the project, or this as a tool to allow for pre-sale and therefore funding, and has that been accepted by the financial institutions, the lenders?
The lenders have been very supportive, both outside of Alaska and here. And the Live Work Play Housing Committee, several of the real direct approaches were looking at regulatory issues, financial issues, other things that were preventing this community from meeting the housing needs, both in type and quantity, for us currently and in the future. And on the financial side, we have numerous bank, credit union partners within our group that have been very good to work with to help point out those issues. Condominiums, as a type of housing, have some restrictions from a financing program that make it very difficult because you have to pre-sell the 50% before you can close the first one. And we're seeing two things. There's reluctance in the marketplace to get into that, so people just don't tackle a medium or larger size condominium project. And on a site that could handle a triplex or a fourplex or even a sixplex, we're underutilizing properties because people are putting a duplex in because they can sell one half and then they can sell the other one. So they're not hanging out there from a construction loan standpoint. As Bob Peterson with Peterson Group says, when he's doing a larger condominium project, he's got a shoebox and he tries to put, if it's a 12plex, he tries to get 6 mice in the box and keep them there. And every time he opens the box to put another one in, 2 jump out. And when you're dealing with a project from a financial standpoint that you can't close that first one, the longer the time duration is, people's lives change, things change, and they may get frustrated and bail to a different project. So the mice really do jump out of the shoebox. And you know, that leads to people not wanting to take the risk because the risk is increased. So this is a method to try and go to a fee simple approach, which means the owners of the property would not just own inside the walls of the condominium and have common interest in the properties. They would actually own the land under their building and the unit that they have and they would have common interests shared with the other owners. So we think it's a very valid method. As you heard at the work session, some of the mortgage lenders indicated that, in fact, the insurance would probably be lower. The rates of interest would likely be lower because the risk is lower, so which is a positive thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions, Mr. Potter. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Oh, I said it. I hit it too.
Mr. Whittleton, sir, you're on the queue to speak.
I've got an amendment, Weddleton Amendment number 1, which you should all have. These don't really change the intent or anything. It just was for clarity. These have been vetted through legal and through staff.
Does everybody have a copy of Whittleton Amendment number 1?
Second.
You want to speak to your amendment?
Oh, I got first. Yeah, it's just really just for clarity. These are things, and I think we talked about these in our work session, and the legal and planning department saw them, and they just made it clear what was being said.
Is there a second to John's amendment?
Yep, I did.
Mr. Constant seconded it.
Yep.
Discussion on the amendment?
Point of order, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, it would be helpful if members, when they're making amendments, if they actually read the amendments into the record for the public and for the clerk.
That's fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
John, go ahead and read it if you would, please.
Okay, hang on to your hats. This is text of amendments, page 5, lines 1 through 4. Should I read it saying the deletions, or just read it as it would finally be? Okay. Change it so that it would read, the standards of tables 21.061-1, 21.06-2, 21.09-2, or -5, 21.09-6, 21.10-6, and 21.10-7 apply to the parent lot, period. The second amendment is page 6, lines 21 to 22, and it would read, describe below in a form satisfactory to the director. So instead of the municipal attorney, we changed it to director. On page 6, line 43, a simple edit, add the word the before responsibility. Page 7, line 9, change it so that it reads, association need not include snow clearing and removal from the exterior building components.
Any questions on the amendment?
Yeah, I have a question in the queue there.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the Chair. So, Mr. Welton, I apologize. I was looking for the amendment, and I might have missed a phrase or two from you. Did you say that you had spoken with the planning department about this, and these are things that the administration is already comfortable with, or is this okay? Great.
And there was some nodding in the table chairs back there.
Okay, great.
Any objection to the amendment? Amendments? Seeing no objection, this document in front of us has been, we've incorporated the amendments. So we now have in front of us item 2017-75 as amended. Any discussion?
I'd like to just briefly say, I liked this the first presentation I heard on it, I liked it the fifth presentation I heard on it, and I tried to beat it up and send it to a bunch of bankers and appraisers and people that I knew, and they all said it was good. So I'm very comfortable with this and excited to see it pass.
Mr. Dunbar, sir.
I'd just like to briefly commend Mr. Anderson and the planning staff and those on the Live, Work, Play Committee and others that maybe have had a hand in this. I think it's a useful innovation for the city, and I hope that we succeed in improving our housing options. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, sir, on the document as amended in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am a part of various young adult leader groups, and the one consistent among all of them is that their number one issue is housing and the need for affordable housing. And I know there's a burgeoning market of people my age who want to own but can't. So I'm really glad that this is going through, and I am really glad that we are being innovative, and I hope we continue to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Constant, sir, on the document as amended.
Yes, I just wanted to also thank Mr. Anderson, Seth, for all the hard work and the many, many community council meetings before you even brought this forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission, to the Assembly. It's been really well vetted. And the neighborhood that I live in around the cemetery, between the cemetery downtown and 15th Avenue, is prime location for this, and we're looking forward to seeing its implementation.
Mr. Peterson, sir. Document in front of us as amended.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one of the problems being a first-time home buyer is qualifying. And I believe by passing this, we will make it easier for first-time home buyers to qualify to buy one of these condos. So I think that's a good thing. Home ownership has long been one of the American dreams, and therefore I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other comments before we vote? Not seeing any. I'm just going to add one comment that we need to have this in Anchorage because we've got so many young people that can't find a place to live in this town. And that's the one thing I keep hearing from people is we have to move the valley because there's no housing here. If this helps put housing on the market, it's worth doing. And I heard a name I never want to hear again during the Economic Development Committee, so we know the names of the people that built this substandard site condos, and hopefully they're not going to work in Anchorage ever again. So anyway, let's vote on this. Please vote. That's approved unanimously by the body. My thanks to all those that worked on this. It's a good project. We're now down on the agenda should be item 17, Madam Clerk. On a non-scheduled item, something that we did not deal with tonight. Anybody in the audience wants to speak to us for 3 minutes? You've got the time. Just state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, tell us what part of town you live in.
Can I whisper? Does that work? I'll go normal. My name is Paul, middle initial D as in Delta, Kendall. And I think many of you know me. As I look at you tonight, I recognize that, I remember the Chinese phrase, be careful the road you travel down because you may come back down that road again. But anyway, congratulations to all of you, and I sent you all as individual characters, and I think the only one I haven't met is Miss Lance and Miss Jones. But anyway, thank you very much. I want to read a statement here real quick. I come before you tonight proposing that you purchase the British Petroleum building and begin to have discussions about moving the capital right away. I'm going to make one comment here. It's going to be a harsh comment, and then I seek not another harsh comment. What I seek is an open, well-intended dialogue. Moving the capital here as quickly as possible, I think, transcends any differences we have, and we need to stay focused, and particularly me, and if I get off that, feel free to chastise me. In considering purchasing the British Petroleum building, an iconic building, and moving the capital here, which we don't know until we talk to BP further, I want two things to be considered. First, it's 2/3 of the population of Alaska, 460,000 people out of 740 live between Homer and the Valley. 460,000, 2 out of 3 Alaskans live in this particular narrow channel. Now, the second point, and this will be the ending, I think, here, given the magnitude of economic, constitutional, moral, and the entitlement cultures, PFD raids and taxes against our will on the average Alaskan carried out from the isolated and remote Juneau. Given that, one can only conclude that the historical fear-based message of Anchorage and the oil companies will corrupt Alaska if our capital is there in Anchorage is no longer a viable consideration for not moving the legislature to our people's, I can't read my writing's so small here, our people's equal access, which is an Alaskan constitutional mandate and right of in our best interest. In conclusion, this particular statement, Juneau, Alaska as our capital, much like Sitka, Alaska as our capital, is a time come and gone. It's time to engage Alaska in a new future coming, and it is my belief that BP is going to reconstruct or move out within a decade. Now, having said that, you should have in front of you I thought you started at 6 and apparently started at 5. I had no clue the governor was going to be here. That came as a total surprise. I wish I'd have known. Having said that, you've got 2 packets in front of you.
Sir, your time is up, ma'am. Do you have it to distribute? Paul, did you give it to the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay, we'll have the clerk distribute it, but your time is up, sir.
well, I was hoping to have a discussion. This is I put a lot of work into
We
this.
could, but we can't. We're not structured that way.
Well, but it's your prerogative, right?
What?
The members, your prerogative. I mean,
We can't do that. But are there any questions for Mr. Kendall from the body? We'll distribute that to semi members. If we have questions, we can contact you, sir.
well, ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect, I'm going to leave. But the reason I haven't been here is this exact reason. We continue to be disabling our community's involvement in a very large number of issues that are just escalating and compiling up, and this is exemplary of that very moment. Thank you for the brief moment, and I'm very fearful of what this represents, which is just another symptom of not being able to have a dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to address the semi on any item? Welcome, sir.
Good evening again. My name's Ed Larrivee, Larrivee-2. Tudor and Lake Otis is where I'm located, in that area. What I'd like to, I can't understand some things. And one of the things I can't understand, here we've raised our taxes, yet we say we're going to help the homeless. The homeless are homeless because they can't afford housing. Now, when you raise your taxes, what do you think the landlord does? Oh, I'll take it in the shorts. Yeah, I'll pay for that. No, he passes on that to the renter. Okay, now we got to learn from this, or else, as I predict this summer, you're going to have so many homeless now, and they're not just your average homeless. These are families moving into the woods. How do we know that? Well, I know this because I sit on my balcony and watch it at Campbell Creek Park. There are families living in tents in Campbell Creek Park. Now, why is this? Well, I went up to a couple. I said, well, how come, why don't y'all apply for something? He said, well, we don't qualify, first of all, and they've raised our rent because they're afraid that the taxes are going to go so high, the landlords are, rather, that he's going to have to do something to balance the books. We got to learn from this. Let's try to lower the taxes, and then you'll have less homeless living in the parks. Duh. Or else we're speaking from both sides of our faces. Let's help the homeless, but let's not give them a place to live because they can't afford it. We have to come to a conclusion that when you raise the taxes up, you have more homeless. I mean, this is just common sense, once again. Well, anyway, my name's Ed Larrivee. That's what I think. Any questions?
Don't appear to be any. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Have a good night.
Anybody else wish to address the assembly on any item?
My name's Matt Sims, S-I-M-S, and much like my fellow constituent here, I live near Lake Otis and Tudor. I lived in the area for 30 or 40 years, longer than Mr. Trainee has. I've tried to contact him on numerous occasions, and his voicemail seems to constantly be full. Since we have a new assembly member, constituent body, and a new mayor and new people, I would like to bring to their attention, as people have pointed out earlier, the duty of government is the safety of its citizens. These homeless people are not citizens of Anchorage. They do not take part in the activities that make people a citizen. Owning a house, renting a house, having a job, having a driver's license, keeping your place clean. Recently, with the Clean Up Anchorage, 750 tons of garbage were removed from Anchorage. Where were the homeless people taking part in this? I see them daily standing on the corner of Lake Otis and Tudor asking for handouts, but yet there's garbage right where they're asking for handouts. They can't even clean up their area, but they want to be allowed to be in the parks. There's been talk about setbacks for safety for tank farms. Someone mentioned the safety setbacks for marijuana businesses. Where's the safety setbacks for people with tents? There's a tent located in the park less than 100 feet from a school bus stop. Children get off of there, they look into the woods, they see these people, they see the drugs, the drinking, the sex, the litter, the other things. It's just a constant mess and scourge to society and to the people in the community. My kids won't walk through the park anymore because they're scared of the homeless people. They've taken over the park. They've taken over Anchorage's green belts, for that matter. The ACLU has done nothing to help with this situation. They basically handcuffed everybody. The Assembly does nothing to empower the police department with any rules to properly enforce these people. I call them nightly and daily. They're in the park at 2 in the morning on the bridge with music, having karaoke, singing and dancing, making loud, lewd comments. I can hear their sex. It's just disgusting, and nothing's done about it. If this is going to continue, I'll give the city a month to clean up the problem. And if it does not fix itself, I will take action by A, declaring myself homeless. And I will go camp in their camps and bug them and bug everybody else. I will post everybody on the Assembly's address. I will post the mayor's address and other police chief and other leaders of the city's address online, and encourage other people to occupy homeless camps and other areas to bring to attention what's going on. We can't even exist with these people in our community. It's an endless circle of problems. There's been note of the homeless people and runaways in Anchorage. A recent report was made by a Lower 48 reporter. She came up and interviewed people in Covenant House, and Alaska was the worst of the entire nation. They had the highest percentage of teens that were exposed to drug and sex trafficking, and this creates an endless loop and circle where they're homeless, they're begging, they're drinking, they're drugging, they're littering, they're prostitution, all over anywhere, and that just creates anarchy. Anarchy.
Mr. Nabowski has a question for you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry for what you're dealing with. I know you're not the only resident, and it's frustrating, and it's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
Have you been in contact with the CAP team specifically about the ones, when you see one, especially in these places where your kids are interacting with them, what has been the response?
The response was, first when I called, well, what brings this to my attention is I called the dispatch number, and you have to wait through a list of options that are presented to you before you can even speak with anyone. And then one of them is reporting runaways. So I see that directly related. Runaways, homeless, it's a full circle thing. So when I do report it, they say, well, sorry, sir, we don't take those reports online or over the phone anymore. You have to report it online. So I have that hot listed as a page. I report it. More than once, I've told all my neighbors, you have to now report it online. But more than 10 days have gone by, and in particular, when I called dispatch the last time, she literally said the police have their hands tied. They can't do anything. These people set up a camp right next door, and then they're left to another 14 days, and then they set up another camp, and it's 14 days, and this just persists forever.
Let me see if I can get you a little help here.
Forever.
So one of the things, if you can do, give, over here is our clerk's staff. If you can give us specific areas where these camps are, specifically around the bus stops, wherever your kids are interacting with them, there's a specialized team at the Anchorage Police Department that literally deals with homeless camps. I want to follow up personally with this. If you can help and give the clerk's office the general description and your contact information, we will follow up with you.
I'd love it, because since LV's off the Assembly and whatnot, I get nothing from Dick, and he lives right in my neighborhood. I mean, I went to school with his children, and it's
I promise you, when
nothing.
he has that information, we will follow up. Thank you.
I mean, I'd like to point out there's been a stabbing in the park, there's been a rape, and there's been 2 dead bodies found. One of the local bums has declared himself the mayor of the park. He's lived there for 15 years. We have rules in the city. We have a mayor. He's elected by the citizens of the city. He doesn't just appoint himself. This is ridiculous. It's a serious safety issue. And, I mean, like I said, safety should be at the utmost concern.
Felix, you've got Take Back Our Parks. Is meeting when?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of that committee is on May 15th from 12 to 1
Where
at
at?
the Transit Administration Conference Room, second floor. And I'm not sure if you're familiar, sir, with that.
I am with Jeff Wooten.
Yes, yep. So I invite you to attend that.
I've actually been invited to head that by LV beforehand, so I'm very familiar with it. But I will attend it. I will be attending that and the homeless meeting that are set up, et cetera. I will take this on full force because nobody else seems to do it. Everybody just sits on their butt and lets these people just sit out and beg and does nothing about it. I mean, you guys have allowed that to happen by letting the firemen pass the boot and stuff. You've done nothing to empower the police or the citizens to do something about this.
Any other questions?
So
Thank you.
I implore you, do something.
Anybody else wish to address this on any issue? How about a motion to adjourn? We're adjourned.